Look, I'm promising myself one of these days I'm going to figure out some way to set it up so that when my stream is within the last 5 seconds of the starting soon screen, it'll automatically scale that Spotify volume down. But until I figure that technical bullshit out, I have to do that manually, which is annoying. How are you doing, folks? Welcome to the Rogue Room. My name is Abigail Beck, and tonight we have a bunch of things to talk about. The first major thing, of course, is the fact that Twitch recently overhauled their tag system and added a ton of new tags. So we're going to have a bit of a glance at the full tags list and see if we can spot some fancy new ones. I am now obviously using the transgender tag because, duh, why the fuck wouldn't I? I'm also caped the fuck up because capes, boy. Anyways, do you think you can resist these moves? Sweet Nerevar, what a grand and intoxicating innocence. I've got to play Morrowind at some point. What say eventually we do Morrowind streams on here? Oh yeah, we can do an outfit model. Using the Tourette's tag, yeah, we'll go. There's a whole lot of like different mental illness related ones, a bunch of different sex and gender identity related ones, a whole bunch of country tags, which is really cool. I've got the Aussie tag in there, the Australian tag in there. Let's do an outfit model. Let's have a bit of a gander. I don't want to touch my camera. Hang on. We'll do this camera. We'll switch to this camera because it's got a higher angle. Anyways. So we got the cape, as always, because we love the cape. But you might have seen this dress before. This belt is a new addition to it. And I was wearing stockings earlier, if you ignore my Ugg boots. But they were too tight and not very warm, so I've got regular tights on. And of course we've got my collar, which you can't really see all that much, but we got this thing. We got a choker. I want to get another choker. Anywho, we're here now. We're into it. We're going to get into it. We're going to discuss some things, including the trans tag and all this other stuff. We'll do some yo-yo too while we're here. Why not? Why not? Let's get into it. Polish's banhammer. Hope you and other trans people, not in a mean way, are prepared for the negative consequences. Oh yeah, we're already aware of that. Detroit, you can have that first. There you go. Wrong camera. And now we'll do yo-yo. Yo-yo a go-go. Look at this. There you go. If I can do it correctly. Oh yes, look at that. I have a talent of a sort. No, I'm not going to learn yo-yo tricks for this bit. It is not worth me learning yo-yo tricks. I mean, I somehow managed to pull that up. Even though, logically, I shouldn't have. Anywho. Yeah, we're doing a bit of goth. We're doing a bit of goth at the moment. I'm bringing it back. I am bringing the goth back because it's my vibe. There's a reason I bought a blanket that says emotionally exhausted. It's because I have always been goth, and now I'm just fully embracing it. And I think I will invest in some more gothic apparel so that I can truly live my truth, which is being goth. Anyway, enough of that nonsense. Only thing that sucks is I recently bought a headband. You might have seen it recently on stream. I'll show you. I'll bring this out. Hold on a moment. I recently bought this stupid bitch. This headband with spikes on it, which will be perfect goth kind of thing. But like 3 of the studs have already fallen out. They're in the bag there. I'm going to buy some super glue and fix that shit, but fucking hell, mate. How many more of these are going to fall off? Is what I wonder. And I'll fix that and I'll wear it on stream at some point. Once it's not shit. Used to refer to yourself as a closet goth. Alt cyber goth, that might be a good one. I really want to get into like the sort of Victorian Renaissance goth kind of look, if that makes sense. Lots of corsetry kind of nonsense. And elegant patterns. Elegant styles of dress. That kind of thing. I'd live for it. Anyways. Harder for trolls to find trans stream because there wasn't a trans tag. Oh, they managed. They managed. And if they come, we'll ban them. We've had this discussion before, though. The positives outweigh the negatives. Quite frankly. Well, let's just get right into the tag thing. Let's get right into the discussion. You like the gloves? They're very nice, aren't they? I want to get more arm warmers. These are not very good for arm warming, for the record. They're nice, but they're not tremendous. Anywho. We have had the discussion before that the positives of having a trans tag and a non-binary tag and all these things outweigh the negatives. Because there is a far greater opportunity for those people from the marginalized communities that those tags represent finding each other through that tag system. Like, yes, trolls are going to come and invade those channels and things of that nature, but ultimately we can ban trolls and kick them out. Whereas having, you know, those tags available so that people can find each other, people in the accessibility community, for example, people who are looking for someone who is, like, let's go through the list here. Someone who's ADHD, you know, someone who's looking for other streamers that they can relate to that have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Also, somebody mentioned that ADD is an outdated term, attention deficit disorder. I've forgotten if that's still the case. Is it an outdated disorder term? I don't know. But if someone is looking for that kind of streamer, someone who's got that same mental health issue, so that they can relate to that person, the benefit there is, of course, now they can find those people. There's also an ally tag for those who are for streams featuring content relevant to collaborators and accomplices of fighting injustice. Rumjello shots.
Welcome, friends.
Hello, Raiders. How you going? They have an ally tag now. Welcome in, Raiders. How'd your stream go? Playing Jackbox. Oh, what did I just do? I just hit a button on my mouse that skipped a song. I think. Let me just do something here. Hello, welcome back. Welcome in, folks. Welcome to the Rogue Room. Yes, there is an autism tag. There's a bunch of tags. You bring a raid. Thank you so kindly for helping us out with that. Did that work? That did work. Draco. You are so good to me. You know that, Draco? You're so good to me. You're such a nice person. It is a cape. Hecklin, let me show you my cape. We got the raid disco lights going. Let's switch to my other camera angle so we can show off the cape. Yet again. Do you like it? I like it. I'm living for it. Hold my sword with the cape. Good idea. What do we think of the cape and the sword? You like it? I am the sword lesbian, queen of Twitch. Ace, goth, sword, lesbian, etc., blah, blah, blah. Keep adding little labels to me. How am I? I'm well, Rumjello Shot. How are you? How was your stream? What'd you get up to in Jackbox? What games did you play? And if I don't know which ones they are, I'll ask you to explain them to me. I was actually playing some Jackbox recently with some friends of mine, off stream, which was a lot of fun. Fibbage 2 and Jokeboat. I think I know Fibbage 2. I think. This is the problem, is like they've all got quirky names. And I can never remember which ones are which. I don't know if I've played Jokeboat before. What's Jokeboat? I imagine it involves a boat, knowing how Jackbox tends to operate. Draco Wrath was hilarious. I should expect as much, honestly. Alright, let's turn these back to my bisexual lighting, because I like to keep my lighting consistent. Although party lights are great. We got a clip from Kez. Thank you, Kez. I like it. I'm living for it. Hold my sword with the cape. Good idea. What do we think of the cape and the sword? Oh god. Make a cape emote. I should make a cape emote. Alright, I'm gonna post this on Twitter really quick. Because why not? I might as well show off. Here we go. Anywho, you would use it and you never use emotes. Well, true. There you go. Joke betters, they give you the first line, you create the second line, then people do stand up against each other and you vote for the better joke. Ah, okay. That sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good. I like the sound of that. You may post a link, right, girl? Yes, you may. We've got a few things we're going to get into. Let's look at these tags first. Let's have a look at these tags, shall we? Because that's what we were going to look at first tonight. Is the list of tags that they've added. Now, this is every tag on the platform, so we're going to have to spot the ones. Oh. Trans news. Tennessee DA won't enforce hate bill requiring businesses to post signs for trans bathroom access. POG. We'll come back to that in a moment. Thank you for that one. That's good to hear. So this is literally all of the tags. This is all the tags on Twitch. So it now includes all the new ones, which they haven't separated into their own little segment. By the way, Frosty and Rum Jello Shot, welcome to the Rogue Room, both of you. Thank you so kindly for the follow. Gonna go to bed. And Rena.
Your membership. Holy shit, Abby.
Rena, thank you for the sub. Thank you for resubbing. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for the raid. Have a good sleep. Thank you for swinging by. It's 4 a.m. Definitely get some rest. Goodness me. Hey, get it up. Rena, it does feel like it's been so long. How long has it been? It's been a while. Goodness. I hope you're well. So, let's have a look here. Now, this one, I'm not sure I understand what A11Y is. But it says, for streams and content featuring the accessibility community. Can someone explain what A11Y is? Because I read that as ally, which there is the actual ally tag down here, which is more about fighting injustice and promoting equity. So is A11Y like a common thing among the accessibility community that I have not heard of? Get it up. There you go. I don't know. Anyway, so there's a bunch in here that you're already aware of. 12-hour challenge, 3D modeling. And then they've got a bunch of tags that they've added which are specifically for certain games, I think, that are automatically applied. So for those who are not aware, stream tags are generally applied by creators to their channel or their channel editors to streams up to 5 at a time. So the ones that you can choose from are the stream tags. Category tags are applied to categories, generally to describe things like game genres. Automatic tags are automatically applied to streams when certain conditions are met. They cannot be applied directly by creators, neither can the category tags. So if you were streaming, say, Resident Evil, the horror tag, which is in here, is automatically applied. But yeah, they've added a whole bunch of tags for mental health, a bunch of nationality tags, which is really cool. So you got American, you've got Andorran, androgynous. What else is there? They're asexual. There's no... Somebody was saying there's no agender tag. But we've got asexual in there. Aromantic is in there. And according to... Yeah, Twitch manages the list of available tags, but new tags are regularly added based on community feedback. If you'd like a specific tag added, you can suggest new tags here at the user voice. Which, again, keep in mind, it took us ages to get the trans tag in the first place, and we got it in this massive drop of 350 new tags. So, you know, you got a new job and you work at 9 a.m. You used to get off at 7 a.m., so you've been catching so you've not been catching your Aussie friends anymore. It's been at least 3 weeks since you've been on at this time. Oh, okay. Well, congrats on the new job. But yes, it does kind of suck that you've got those hours. Work at 9 a.m. like you start at 9 a.m., I'm assuming? Or do you... Yeah, you work at 9 a.m. What else have they got here? Badminton? Is that new? Did they add a new one for badminton? Bisexuals in there, so they're not doing the whole bisexual erasure thing. Ally Project, here we go. A11Y stands for accessibility. Oh, A11 character. Oh, that's cute. Learn the fundamentals and principles behind accessible design. Okay, we'll keep this up and we'll have a look at this in a bit. Which one am I? Here we go. We already had a body painting tag, body positive. Someone like on Twitch social media, I think, or somebody who has spoken on behalf of Twitch, mentioned that originally the LGBTQIA+ tag was an experiment, and it got so much traction because obviously there's a lot of queer streamers on Twitch. So it was originally the tag system was supposed to apply almost exclusively to gameplay or the style of content. Oh yeah, the autism tag. Let's focus on that for a sec. For streams and content featuring the autism community, which is awesome. I am autistic, but I'm not going to use the autism tag because I seldom actually talk about autism. I may do that. If I do a stream where we focus on autism for one particular evening, I'll put the tag on. What was I going to say? I've forgotten. I was in the middle of something and I've forgotten now. But yeah, the experiment of the LGBTQIA plus tag. They ended up leaving that tag in there when they originally released the tag system about 2 odd years ago. Back in I think it was literally around this time they released the tag system. And they removed what used to be the community system in favor of the tag system, right? So what communities used to be were essentially like Twitch teams. If you go to a team now and you click on the Twitch teams and you'll see a bunch of streamers that are streaming in that team. Like if you click my team now that I've got TSAN, you'll see other TSAN streamers in that stream team. But categories were essentially the same thing, but you could assign the team yourself and you didn't have to join the team. You didn't have to get invited to it. And in that way, it was basically a custom tag system that the site had. But they got rid of that in favor of this tag system, which took away a lot of options for a lot of streamers. But yeah, thankfully they have brought a whole ton of stuff in now. So what else have they got in here? Because obviously we've got the transgender tag. This is the thing that really, I don't know if this is a new thing they did or if this already existed. But they've added a bunch of... they've added 148 tags for League of Legends that are automatically assigned, for the record. Frederick, welcome to the Rec Room. So happy there's an ADHD tag. Oh yeah. It's fantastic. They've done so much. There's still more to do, keep in mind. But this is a great step in the right direction. Chronic illness, that one wasn't there before. Colorblind, that wasn't there before. What else is there? Pet's the bisexual tag. How you doing, Frederick? Guys, I forgot to post a pic, but Tom let me put my pride flag up in the house, but my Harley Quinn flag... Harley Quinn Stuffy that lives in my car cup holder has her own little flag. Oh, that's amazing. Peer-to-peer.live doesn't have a specific ADHD tag. Well, they don't have that, but they do. This is an interesting point that was brought up by someone. I think Sir Caitlin actually responded to the post announcing all the tags alive. Is that they've added all these new tags which cover a broad spectrum of ideas. And unfortunately, they haven't increased the tag limit. So if you want to add new tags to your stream, you'll have to cycle out the old ones. Or like I mentioned before, like if I do a stream that focuses on autism, I'll swap out one of my tags, maybe the educational one or something, and swap in the autism tag. Because, yeah, you can only have so many. Otherwise, I probably would have the autism tag up because I am autistic and I would like, this to be a place where autistic people feel safe and welcome. This is interesting how this is phrased. D/def, lowercase d / uppercase D, def. Which I'm assuming is just the deaf community, but for some reason they've done it like that, which I'm assuming is relevant to the deaf community. I don't understand. Only about 8 tags max. They have an average 8 tags on peer-to-peer. Speaking of, actually, on the subject, I am collaborating with peer-to-peer.live tomorrow night as part of their fundraiser for Trans Lifeline. So tomorrow night, I'm not sure what we're doing. I was going to do Fallout New Vegas like I normally do on Fridays because we're going through that right now. But maybe instead we could do something that's a little bit more community-oriented, but I don't know what. I'm not certain what. I'm already a member on peer-to-peer.live. They've already got me on there, so it makes sense that Steph reached out and said, "Do you want to join in on this thing?" And we're doing a raid train, so somebody will raid me at about 9 p.m. I think, and then at the end of it, I will be raiding someone else. At the end of my stream, I'll raid someone else. You love my gloves? Thank you. They're very nice, aren't they? Yeah, send the link through, Benji. Absolutely. Yeah, we're doing fundraising. I need to get the link though. I don't know what the link is that I need to get for Trans Lifeline. And I'm assuming there's probably a little banner I can get to throw up on stream. 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Yes, I may start at 8 like I normally do because I've moved my starting hour back to 8 p.m. So now we're doing about 4-hour slots instead of 3. I'm slowly increasing how long I'm streaming for gradually. I'm testing 4 hours a stream, see how I like it. Last time I streamed, which was Tuesday, was pretty good. I didn't stream yesterday because I got some bad news and I decided not to do yesterday's stream. Anyway, curious on how people can have any idea what they actually convey to their audience. What are the dangers, if any, of allowing people to tag themselves to be allied with a community they are actually against? All that can really be done in that circumstance, like if someone uses the ally tag and they actively promote like inequity and intolerance and all that kind of thing, I'm not really sure. Maybe you can report their account if they're doing that, if they're misusing the tag system, because I believe misusing the tag system is actually against TOS in the same way as streaming into the wrong category. Like if you stream a certain game into the wrong category, that's also against TOS. You can get a warning for that. What time is it for me now? It's 8:20 p.m. Also, I think you can type !time and it should tell you the time where I am. Try that. Someone try that. On an LGBTQIA plus topic, you've been in contact with one of the folks in charge of the Pride Festival. You're going to ask their opinion on the anti-trans mentality you've been told seems to exist at Pride events. You're told this. Unfortunately, I think that's probably that goes way beyond Pride events. The gay community, especially white cis gay men like me, can be very anti-trans. Sometimes it seems like as gay men become more accepted and gay marriage was made legal, some people in the LGBTQ plus community forget that our trans brothers and sisters are still under constant attack. We're trying to be very mindful of this and push back, but we can't change a cultural issue overnight. Yeah. It's very much a shame that kind of mentality still persists in the queer community overall. Give me one sec. I just realized my door is closed and my heater is still on and I don't have ducted heating. But also I'm getting really, really warm, so I'm taking my cape off. Sorry to disappoint you all, but the cape is off for the time being. It's alright. I can flex now. Us. Oh my god, dude. I'm about to kill whoever invented lip gloss. My hair keeps sticking to it. I also want to find a dark, like, red lip gloss, if I can. Get to see the dress. I've worn this a few times. It's not a new dress, but it's a nice dress. It's a pretty dress. It's got pentagrams all over it. This is so relevant with the kink at Pride discourse. Yeah, a few people made the point with the kink at Pride discourse about how certain people still see trans people in general as a kink. They see trans people as a fetish. And as a result, when you make the argument kink shouldn't be at Pride, you're effectively excluding trans people, dependent on whoever's definition of kink you're going by. That's the problem with that discussion, is that there are so many people who have so many varied opinions on what kink is, that you can never have a solid baseline, a solid foundation for the argument in the first place. If you say there should be no kink at Pride, there are so many people's opinions on what counts as kink, what's too far, what's not far, or whatever, you know. It's a really stupid discussion to have. Love that, Choker. Thank you kindly. I mean, my personal opinion is that kink can stretch. Like, think of it this way, right? If people are asserting that kink is inherently sexual, what was I going to say? If people are inferring that kink is inherently sexual, the kinds of things that people wear in a kinky scenario, that could be anything, realistically speaking. Kink is such a personal experience, and it's not necessarily just wearing a leather thong or dressing up in a fursuit or spanking or whatever. There are so many different aspects of kink, and yet, like Kez says, sexuality is only one part of it. It's about comfort and being true to yourself. Keep in mind, Shoe on Head was one of the people who was against kink at Pride. And how many times have you seen her wearing one of these? What do you think this is? What's this? What am I wearing? I wore this out today. I wore this out. This is just a collar. It's just a choker. It's just a piece of fashion. It's just a piece of equipment. Piece of clothing, essentially. It's a pretty common piece of kink wear too. But I'm not wearing it for the sake of, you know, I'm not going to be out in the streets exerting fetishism, sexual fetishism, just by wearing something associated with it. And one of the major concepts behind Pride was that bucking of the idea of the cis-hetero norm. And yeah, in a lot of ways, making people uncomfortable. But some people are assuming that those who are in favor of kink at Pride are going to be out there performing literal sex acts in the streets. Which is not at all what I have been inferring from what I've seen. Wouldn't it perpetuate the stereotype of gay/trans being a kink to normies to publicize it at Pride? Well, yes. Much of early punk fashion was BDSM gear. Yeah, this is an accessory, basically. Hello, Phage, by the way. How you going? Still a tag on porn sites and underslur terminology. And I do love this choker. And I'm not a kinky person by any stretch of the imagination. I just like wearing my choker. Why is this still open? I just noticed something. Why is my messenger still open? You probably heard that ding a minute ago. Anyway. Neither here nor there. We're talking about the tags. We got off track. Okay, so. Back to tags for a minute. Sorry about that. How can we improve browsing, filtering, and searching? Increase the amount of tags. With the increase in available tags, it would be wonderful to be able to pick more than 5 tags. Can we get an increase in the amount of possible tags so we don't have to struggle over which tags we want to go with, like, say, 10? 10's probably a bit much. I don't know. What do you think? Is 10 too many tags? Enough tags? What do you think? You like this top? It's a dress. It's like a, I guess, skirt-length dress. You hate tight accessories, which is why your Fitbit is loose as fuck. I need to get a Fitbit. But I'm not, what's the phrase I'm looking for? I'm not in the money for a Fitbit. What else do we have here? Another big one that a lot of people are in favor of. Drag. There's now a drag tag. There's a drag tag. There's a Down syndrome tag. That's pretty cool. What else have we got? Here's the thing. It's like, why did dubstep have a tag? Why did dubstep have a fucking tag? Before transgender did. Yes, there's no agender tag for some reason, and people are already campaigning for that, which, good on them. A bit of an oversight. Yeah, a bit of an oversight. Hello, Julian. How you doing? As Lucia said, having no number limits on tags is best. Ideally, yes. But I think that I don't know. I can't speak to the programming notions behind this. But I feel like there may end up being a bit of a problem if you let people just put as many tags as they want. I think there does need to be some kind of limit. Daft? Let me see. Draft. Unless there was something further up. No, there's not. There's a depression tag, demisexual tag, disabled tag, disabled veteran tag. That's pretty cool. Dissociative disorder. What else have we got? On the one hand, I'm happy, but on the other, we got the trans tag at the same time as the volleyball tag. Do you want to be evil? What do you want to be evil about? What are you thinking of being evil about? Because there is an evil characters tag in here, but that's always been there. Where is it? Evil characters. English? Well, duh. Let me see. What else is there? Emote design, that was already there. We've got new world tags, which is interesting. And the hot tub category was announced before the trans tag. To make matters worse, they announced that they were going to announce the tags next week. Like when they posted the tweet saying, we're adding a whole bunch of new tags. And they started the tweet out with, we were going to wait a week to announce this. So effectively waiting until like right before Pride Month starts to unveil these new tags. Blah.
I see you've
brought
guests.
Hey, no comment, chick.
Welcome,
hello, friends. How you going? Welcome to the Rogue Room. My name is Abigail Beck. I'm gothed the fuck up tonight. Violent Smoker, welcome to the Rogue Room. How you doing? Swipe to unlock. Bitch, fuck off. Get out of here with that nonsense. I am trying to put my party lights on. Thank you kindly. And you are making me put in my phone PIN code. What is that bullshit? Welcome in, folks, to the Rogue Room. How's it hanging? How'd the stream go? Rainbow capitalism. That's basically what it is. Yeah. But in this vein, at least, I suppose they don't really get any money from doing this necessarily, from having these tags, from putting the tags in. They're not getting an outright payout for this shit. So we got to be thankful that they even did it in the first place. Another NCC raid. Much love, Abigail. You got to take off, rightio. Have a good one. I hope your stream went well. Abigail is not just the trans tag. Yeah, all the other tags are good too. Like, if they just added the one, I guarantee you there would have been uproar from the rest of the queer community over it. Ooh, you're putting together your wedding invitations. Nice, nice. How many OG Schwarzenegger movies have I seen? Let's think. I've seen Terminator 2. I've seen... what's it called? Where he goes to Mars. I've seen True Lies. I've seen Kindergarten Cop. I've seen Twins. Total Recall, that's the one. So we're at like 7. Predator. Seen Predator. What else have I seen? You know what? Here's an idea. Filmo. Arnold Schwarzenegger filmography. It's got its own Wikipedia page. Of course it does. Let's see. I have not seen Conan the Barbarian, but I really want to. At some point. Let me see. I've seen Last Action Hero. That's fucking good. Junior, I've seen that one. Jingle All the Way, I think. Batman and Robin, definitely. What do you consider to be OG? How far back are, like, OG Arnold Schwarzenegger movies? So there's a question. 80s, 90s? So we could stop at, say, the 90s, right? Filmo. That sounds like the Aussie slang in the vein of Serb. Going down the movies to see a filmo, mate. Watched some very frustrated debates, but you got to vent about it, so that was cathartic. Good. I was actually going to try to do some React Andy shit tonight. React Andrea shit. There's a Bill Shapiro. There's a Ben Shapiro movie I want to watch. Not movie. Fuck. Ben Shapiro video. Sorry, that I want to watch. That's stupid. Looks stupid. 80s like Running Man. I haven't seen that one. So just from the 80s, I've seen Terminator, Predator, Twins, Total Recall, Kindergarten Cop. Well, that's the 1990, but whatever. Yeah. Straith. Saw the new Saw film, eh? Like, the Australians are so dumb. We'll add more syllables to a thing to make it sound more rocker. That's really stupid. Is it a feature that allows users to find more relevant content and therefore increase viewership? Yes, that's exactly what the tag system is. Yeah. Running Man is cheesy fun. What's Running Man? The Running Man. 1987 American dystopian action film directed by Paul Michael Glaser. It's very loosely based off the 1982 novel of the same title by Stephen King and published under the pseudonym of Richard Bachman. Set in a dystopian United States between 2017 and 2019. It's about a television show called The Running Man where convicted criminal runners must escape death at the hands of professional killers. Gotta watch this one. I'll give that a look. Oh, goodness. The shoey! I've never done a shoey and I never intend to. I never intend to do a shoey. Alright? Ever. I'm not doing that. Yeah, Ben Shapiro is great cringe content. I watched... the reason I want to watch this video is because I watched... what's her name? The gorgeous trans girl on YouTube. What's her name? She does a whole bunch of, like, trans content. She's very fun to watch. Effectively... Like, I've heard her referred to as, like, Blair White on the left, if that makes sense. She does... Yeah, Samantha Lux. That's the one. That's all of them. Yeah, Samantha Lux, who does, like, you know, fun, quirky, trans-related videos twice a week. And, like, the overall style of her. Naya Socks. You want a timeout to someone? Want to give Naya a timeout for 60 seconds. Oh, you'll never do a shoey. It's gross. I think Lush Spaghetti used to do them. Whenever she hit a what's it called? Oh, you misclicked. Okay, we won't time you out then. We can what's it called? We can refund it if you want. Can I go to sorry, I'm itching my elbow. Ugh. I can refund that if you want. There we go. Reject. You get your points back now. What was I going to say? Cute trans woman on YouTube. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Do I count as one of those? I have a YouTube channel. Megami Okami, welcome to the Rogue Room. There you go, Pit Princess. Anywho, I need to upload some more videos. It's been a week since I've uploaded a video. I'm taking a sabbatical from editing, because editing panic. If you type !new video, if you do that one, that'll show you my latest video essay, which is about moral panics. Editing that video was a chore, and I hated the outcome, but a lot of people liked it, so did H3H3 do shoeies? I think they may have at some point. It wouldn't shock me if that was something they did. Shall we continue on with the tags? Should we continue going on with the tags? Oh, let me turn my colors off because we're still. There we go.
I see.
Oh my god. Okay, never mind.
Welcome, friends.
To hell with it. We're gonna keep going with the brightly colored flashing lights. Welcome in, Riverboat Jack and friends. How was your stream? Tell us all about it. What were you getting up to? Oh, Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Did you just start, or are you like... Are you a fair way in? Are you into the sequel games? How far are you along? Summer Child, welcome to the Rogue Room. Is it your first time playing Mass Effect, or are you a veteran of the series? That's a good question. I'm still not sure if I want to pick up Legendary Edition or not. Because I love the series, and I'd like to play the third one. I never got around to playing the third one. I do have quite a fondness for Mass Effect. Excuse me. Hello from Brazil. How you doing, Quince? What's going on? Let me put this over here. There we go. Rachni or Krogan? Good question. I think Rachni were those insects, weren't they? Yeah. Spacefaring insects, yeah, I remember those. I think when I originally played the first one, I sided with the Rachni. I think. There was a situation where you could help them out or something. And I think I sided with them. Google's what a shoey is. First thought, second thought, old Greg voice. You ever drank Baileys from a shoe? I don't know what the voice... I don't know what his voice sounds like. I haven't watched that skit in a minute. Plan to grab Legendary Edition when it's on sale. Bought the whole lot on PS3 for $30. Ooh. Well, I mean, yeah, if you already got it. I suppose it'd probably be worth it to play it in, like... I'm assuming it goes up to 4K and stuff, right? I assume it looks good, but it's not like a full-blown remake. However, I fully suspect that this is their way of... reinvigorating the series, gaining some more interest in it so they can go back to making Mass Effect games, because let's be honest with ourselves, Andromeda was a massive flop and nobody wanted it. A shoey is when you get into the comfy shoe in Mario 3. No, a shoey is when shoe on head makes another shit take. Oh look, she's doing a shoey again. Taylor from FB here. Told you I'd catch your stream. Welcome in, Taylor. I hope you're doing well. Congress is doing hearings to investigate President Bolsonaro conduct during the epidemic. That's good. Good. You liked Andromeda. But wait. Hang on. Andromeda was literally a colonization story though, wasn't it? What is it? Ryder versus Shepard? Yeah. But Ryder's a manlet. Yes, I'm gonna body shame them because they got the proportions completely wrong. Just like, I don't know what they did with... What did they do? What did they do? Why does Shepard look like such a Chad and Ryder look like that guy from... what's it called? What's that show called? 30 Rock? I don't know. I think there was a guy on 30 Rock. But yeah, I could push him over. You just push Ryder over. Anyway. Little bitch. Anyway. Chad Shepherd and Virgin Rider. Yo-yo, alright. We'll do some yo-yo. Yo-yo a go-go. With our colourful lighting in the background. While we continue to talk about the tags. Classic case of Batman and Robin. Oh, dude. Looks like Franklin's no frills. That's true. It's fucking true. Okay, let's yo-yo it up a little bit, okay, shall we? There we go. I can't do tricks. Am I going to have to learn tricks? Am I going to have to learn tricks for you people? Is that what's going to satisfy you? If I start learning tricks, I'm increasing the price of the yo-yo cost thing. Whatever it is. Okay? For the record. I'm going to make it cost more to make me do this. You people, yeah. You know who you are. Sitting there in your chair or on your couch or on a swing set on your phone. Why are you on a swing set in the middle of the night out in the public park watching my stream on your phone? What are you doing? I don't know what the hell tricks are. Did I see you? Oh, you know what? I think I saw the video and I didn't click the bloody thing. I'll go back and I'll watch it. Aesthetic. Goth girl doing a yo-yoing. I need to take my skateboard out. It's 11:40 a.m. Well, I mean, that's more acceptable. Still a bit weird to go to a public playground and sit on the swing set and watch a live stream. Because, you know, the kids want to get on the swings and you're sitting there watching me doing this and I'm swearing like a fucking sailor. Goth girl yo-yoing in front of flashing neon lights. Look at this. Are we not the best stream on Twitch right now? I need to get one of those headsets, you know. You're a creeper, what can you say? Actually, you've reminded me of something. Fuck them kids. You've reminded me of something. I was thinking recently. Eliza Rose? Eliza Rose? How you going? Welcome to the Rogue Room. Alright, can I turn my lights back to bisexual lighting now, or do I have to stay in party mode for the rest of the night? Thank you all, Raiders. Thank you, No Comment Chick, and thank you, Riverboat Jack, for raiding this stream and bringing all of your lovely people along. I hope you're all doing tremendously well. We need techno music. We've got synthwave. We could switch it over to synthwave. Anyways, tell me if you can even hear that, honestly. We'll turn it up just a tad. There we go. Need to steal the ContraPoints. Kill you stupid kid for all I can. Oh, fuck you damn kids. Get out of here. This is an adults only event. This is Stream Beat Synthwave, so I don't know how heavy it is compared to other stuff. Anyway. That's a bit loud, actually. We'll turn that down just a tad, so it's not drowning me out entirely. Because I've had that happen a couple of times, where like I'll have the background music on just loud enough that you can hear it, but not loud enough that I... Yeah, Harris Heller. Not loud enough that I get drowned out by it. WTF what, Ragey? What's going on? The King of Pride plot thickens. It wasn't even a Vorsh point to begin with. It was Shoe on Head, and Vorsh was white knighting, and Shoe's take was so Shapiro Lawrence Southern was retweeting it. Yes, indeed. Like, bruh, if Lawrence Southern is retweeting you, maybe reconsider your stance, mate. Bloody mate. Anyway, you still play that synthwave playlist you sent me when relaxing? Good. Is that my rogue bitch one, which I keep adding to? Shu then later said that queer people were being useful idiots for pedophiles. Oh god, okay, that's a take. June Lapine. Maybe don't feed into that mentality, perhaps. It's almost like rehabilitating fascists is a shitty move, leftists. Just appeared into existence. Yeah, I like to imagine that at some point I was awoken from one of those like weird tubs from the Matrix. You know, never actually born. I was just, you know, I just woke up out of that gross liquid tub thing, and I peeled through the fleshy outer layer of it, and I pulled that massive thing out of your mouth. Do you reckon they actually put that pipe thing down Keanu Reeves' throat so he could pull it out? Because that looked authentic as fuck. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, for the sake of the aesthetic, do you think they actually put the pipe down, or did they do some camera trickery? Or some CGI? There was obviously a lot of CGI in The Matrix. I don't know if it was that advanced, though. That looked like a pretty physical prop. I don't know. Her last name is Lapine. Lapine. Yes. June Lapine. I love all these progressives coming out with their social conservatism. I know! It's fucking absurd. Like, telescopically? Yeah, that could be it. Could be it. Almost gagged yourself with that scene. It's a good scene, though. I mean, like, the overall composition of it is pretty poggers. Very cinematically impressive, honestly. Gonna start your day now. Radio Detroit, have a good one. Almost gagged yourself. What type of gag? Christy Winters and Kevin Logan sort of predicted that Shu would go all skeptic community again at some point. That's disappointing. You know, disappointing. I've liked a lot of her content, and now it seems, yeah, she's going that social conservatism route. It's pretty... I don't know. We'll see how we go. I haven't watched any of her videos in a while. But, generally speaking, the stuff I have watched, I have agreed with. But yeah, this particular take is kind of, yikes. Hang on a sec. Lippy is not behaving correctly. Anyways. Might be skeptical of the rehabilitated skeptic. True. Don't have any problem in rehabilitating people, just don't understand why people allow platform for rehab people. I think I understand what you mean, yeah. Like, someone who has been a known out-and-out fascist doesn't deserve to have a platform after they've rehabilitated. Because they could very easily slip back down that rabbit hole and then take that platform that they have and turn it into a very dangerous thing, which is convoluted, I guess. But then at the same time, Bad Bunny exists, and she was, I think her bio actually specifically states that she was falling down the alt-right pipeline, and as a result of educating herself, obviously, she's skewed very heavily to the left. Have a makeup sponge and a bowl of water, no licky envelopes in a panorama. What? Rehab is not a way to avoid consequences, true. You can become a good person, but the consequences of your actions can still catch up with you. You know, that's been a pretty common theme throughout society in general. Anyways, we've kind of moved on from this whole tags thing, but there's a lot in here. There's a lot of new stuff in here. If anyone is interested in looking at the tags completely, there's a bunch in there. If you want to catch up on the new tag stuff, I am going to change my title though, because I need a new title. What can I change it to? There we go. Let's talk some news, shall we? Let's do some news. Because we've been given this story here. Check my coffee. Okay. I didn't get an alert for it, but I will check it. We might as well. Live on stream. Let me have a look here. Where's my page? It looks like it did. Yes, indeed it did. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Jesus Christ. Was she falling down the alt-right pipeline in a pub? I'm not actually sure. The way it sounds is that she started... what was I going to say? She started streaming. And her stream started as her learning more about leftist ideology, I think. And over time, she wormed her way out of that alt-right pipeline. This is Bad Bunny I'm talking about specifically. Kez, my goodness. I'm not going to say any more, but good gravy. Goodness gracious me. Fucking hell. Even though Vorsh had an even worse take last week, put it in your whispers. Sounds like Crowder or Sargon. I'll give that a look shortly. I do want to look at this, though. I want to look at a couple of things. Yeah, gravy. I would like some gravy, actually. I might do something for dinner tomorrow night with gravy. Yes. Let's have a look at this because we have been following anti-trans bills recently. Tennessee DA won't enforce hate bill requiring businesses to post signs for trans bathroom access. Days after Tennessee Governor Bill Lee signed a bill requiring businesses and government facilities to display signs notifying the public if they let transgender people use their multi-person bathrooms or changing rooms, Nashville's top prosecutor says he won't enforce the law. Excuse me. I believe every person is welcome and valued in Nashville. Enforcement of transphobic or homophobic laws is contrary to those values. District Attorney General Glenn Funk said in a statement on Monday, "My office will not promote hate." The bill's sponsor in the State House of Representatives, Republican Representative Tim Rudd, told the Chattanooga Times Free Press the law carries criminal penalties for businesses that don't adhere to the measure within 30 days of being notified they are in violation. Tennessee is the first state to enact such a measure and has approved 2 so-called bathroom bills in recent days. The other, dubbed the Student Bathroom Bill, bars transgender students from bathrooms and locker rooms consistent with their gender identity and holds schools liable for all psychological, emotional, and physical harm suffered if a student, parent, or teacher shares space with a trans person in a restroom or locker room. Ratani, welcome to the Rogue Room. How are you? The bathroom bills are among 5 pieces of anti-transgender legislation signed into law recently by Governor Lee. He also approved a bill banning transgender athletes from playing girls' public high school or middle school sports, and another requiring school districts to alert parents 30 days before students are taught about sexual orientation or gender identity so they can opt out of such a lesson if requested. Literally promoting active sexual and gender ignorance. The fuck? Holy shit, that is backwards. Here's the thing. When I was in primary school, and I think in high school, there were religion classes that you could go to for varying different religions. And a bunch of them were mostly different Christian sects, but there were a few other ones, and there was an opt-out, no religion class. Basically, you just go sit in a classroom with other kids who were opted out of those religion classes. And I went for those. You know, I went to those ones where they weren't teaching us about the Christian doctrine or what have you. I can understand opting out of that. Opting out of literally learning about sexual orientation and gender identity is hugely important to a person's development and is something that should be mandatorily taught. There is no. Do not do this. Do not alert parents so they can pull their kids out of important sex education and gender identity education. Had to do scripture into Christianity, and they made it mandatory. Yeah, I think in like private schools, my sister went to a private Catholic school. I think those lessons are actually mandatory, which is a pain. How's it going, Toxic Man? It's going well for me. How's it going for you? School snuck spirituality into some class that was mostly sport that was mandatory. Into a class that was mostly sport? That's strange. Rather, left-wing ancient history teacher openly called it proselytizing bullshit. Can we get some pogs in chat? Can we get some based in chat for that ancient history teacher? That's fucking awesome. That's what that is. Jokes on your old school there. You're Jewish now. Pagans? Yes, pagans. Fucking pog pagans. Based in pog. But how are we supposed to keep our kids scared and hateful if we can't pull them out of classes? I know. Based. Very based. Dysphoric AF at the moment might be girl instead of non-binary. Well, that's honestly your little adventure to explore, I suppose. I feel for you with the dysphoria, unfortunately. Dysphoria is a cunt. Dysphoria is a cunt. I would not advocate having dysphoria for anyone. Specifically because it's not the kid choosing, the parents are choosing, yeah. Which means, you know, you're going to have a bunch of unaccepting parents who are going to pull their kids out of sex ed. Which is just asinine. Like, this is important information that kids need to know. That kids that are going to turn into adults need to know. You know? Stuff like, honestly, if we come back to the religion classes thing, that is something that should be an opt-out class. And what would be a thing that they would teach at school that you think should be an opt-out class? There's a question for you. You know, I think there's a number of things in the schooling system that they don't need to teach kids, and there's a number of things that they should be teaching kids. Namely, life skills. Kids should know how to do their taxes. Kids should know basic what's it called? Like home ec sort of stuff. That should be a very heavy primary focus. You know, teaching kids to be able to function independently as an adult should be a major focus in high school. You know, when they're going from that age of childhood up to adulthood, they should be learning things that allow them to function independently. And they don't teach anywhere near enough of that. A lot of stuff is just implied in schools. Like, do we teach kids law in high school? Do we teach them what the laws are specifically? I'd need to look into this. I might actually, my mother's a teacher. I might actually pester her and be like, listen, what's in the curriculum right now? Are kids learning about, legal studies? I mean, that's a start if you had legal studies in school. If you do legal studies. Like, that should be mandatory. That should not be an opt-in class. They don't teach law in high schools which one's IDN? Universal Declaration of Human Rights should be in there, yes. Law? Yes, teach some Dark Souls law. That if I did a law class, it would be Dark Souls. Or maybe Skyrim. Religion needs to be extremely optional, and by optional I mean optional, not if you opt out, we'll just spend the lesson trying to convert you. Yeah. Indonesia. Oh, okay, there we go. Prime Gaming comes with a free sub once a month, by the way. If you want to skip ads, which I'm just going to play one now because I haven't played a single ad break the entire stream, click that sub link right there. Go and subscribe to your favorite streamer, which is me. It should be me. And like, look at the ad. Look at the ads you can get. Look at the emotes you can get. Some of these are actually bit emotes, but I'm going to just put all of the stuff in this. Like, troll.
Enjoy your membership.
Well, there we go. Pit Princess, thank you so kindly. Enjoy your membership. Rep that Vati video. Yes, indeed. Oh, dude. Speaking of, I'm going to plug Vati at the moment. Just because. Vati video. Because I've been looking at Displate. And I really want to buy a Displate. Specifically, this one is one I would really like to purchase. This Displate right here. This Sci-Fi Souls, Future Souls. This is so fucking pog. I love this so much. And where's my other saved ones? There's one, this one. Quince, welcome to the Rogue Room. This one I love like nothing else. Sister Frida versus Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower. Two of my favorite girls from Dark Souls in one artwork. Oh. You see this spot up here? There's a blank spot on my wall there. I really want to get this Displate and put it there. Not yet. It's definitely like a far down the line kind of thing. Maybe ask my mum for it for Christmas or something. But it's so fucking cool. Anyway, let's come back to what we were talking about. Where were we? Have civics class instead, which is kind of close, but IRL is more like a state propaganda class. Ugh. Sometimes kids are distracted by other things. I know I did fucking horribly at school because I was a dysphoric and angry teenager. And honestly, this is why, you know, having angry and dysphoric teenagers in high school, when they're going through such a tumultuous time of puberty and what have you, this is why we need that sex ed and gender education in schools, so that kids can understand what the fuck they're feeling and perhaps deal with those issues when they are at such an age where they can't comprehend exactly what's going on. Go see your message. What'd you pull out? What'd you say? There should be a lot of optionals, like do basic maths, but algebra and calculus are optional. Yes, I agree. Do basic earth sciences, but biology and physics optional. Yeah, I agree with that. And the thing is, like, you could teach things like, say, with regards to sex ed and regards to gender identity, you could teach the basics of those, like that sex is not binary 1-2. Sex is that bimodal spectrum thing. You could teach that in one class very easily. Same with the gender identity thing. You could do that in one class very easily. Those would be basic concepts. And then if someone is in an optional biology class that goes into more advanced things, then you would, go deeper on those subjects and what have you. But sex ed and gender identity should be mandatory as a part of a basic biology class to begin with. Joined a chocolate club during lunch in your high school. Turns out it was actually A RE class and the chocolates were given out as rewards for answering Bible trivia. Oh, gross. Hello, Miss Cherries. How you doing? I'm glad you're loving your time here so far. Excuse me. If I'd seen sex ed cover transgender identity, I might not have been terrified to come out till I was 24. Oh, yeah, same. If sex ed had taught me anything about gender identity when I was like 14 or 15, I may have come out a lot sooner. And, you know, I only came out last year, age 31. But yeah, I do distinctly remember sex ed class was just sex, like just discussing sex. Sexual concepts, sexual consent, or sexual biology, but didn't really touch much on the idea of gender at all, if anything. They may have like outlined that sex and gender are separate concepts, very briefly. My bed is so cute, thank you. I like the way I lay my bed out. I've got a structure with this now. I've got a routine. All these plushies and stuff have got their place. They never change. I think. Oh, my ninja's fallen over. I got a little ninja. Not Ninja the streamer, a little wee ninja. Where were we? Sex ed was terrible. Turns out homophobic dude bro teachers make it pretty uncomfortable. Ugh. I can imagine. Worst decade of your life, I bet. Sexual diseases. Ugh. I mean, it's very important that kids learn about those, and you know how pregnancy does happen and all that sort of stuff. Very important. Banana gets more focus in sex ed than gender identity does. Yeah. Learned very little at school, mostly about cruelty, as it was porn that taught me how to read. Really? I only talk about alcohol, Brazil, politics, food, and TTRPG. I mean, that's pretty good. If sex ed should have told anything, it's that women squirt, men do too. Yes, indeed. We got onto this topic while discussing the lack of enforcement of anti-trans bills, which is good. You know, we're glad the DA is not going to enforce hate bills. Where were we on this, actually? Let's keep going, because we've got quite a bit in here. LGBTQ advocates have decried the spate of measures as offensive and humiliating, with Human Rights Campaign President Alfonso David saying in a statement that Lee has made Tennessee a pioneer in anti-trans discrimination by signing the first and second bathroom bill since HB 2 in recent days. He and his anti-equality colleagues are advancing policy based on fear, not science, and they will ultimately lose this fight. This part here stands out to me because I feel like a lot of the anti-trans stuff that's going on now, obviously it's a wedge issue. It's designed to split people's opinions and make them hate a certain minority group or love a certain minority group, dividing people right down the middle, so that, you know, turning what are, like, trans people are not inherently political. We are not a political group of people, but because we are such an acute minority, anyway, because we are that, you know, small group, it's easy to target us and it's easy to divide people's opinions. And the way I see all this anti-trans legislation going on across the world, and we'll get into something that's happening in Australia, which terrifies the fuck out of me, it seems to me like the death throes of a dying ideology. These people are just desperately looking for something to hate because they know they're losing popularity, and rapidly. So they're trying to rile up as many people as they can about a really fringe, really easy to be ignorant about issue, to try and garner support. You know, they're making trans people out to be predators and all of this kind of thing. And thus it makes it easy to... And they're saying we're spreading an evil ideology and we're preying on children and all this kind of thing. Just another version of this, the Southern strategy. Yeah. We can't turn back time and fix our crappy health classes. We can just hope the future generations get better education. Yeah. I do wonder if, like, if I were to go into education, would there be any way I would be able to influence the curriculum? So correct about the death throes of dying ideology. Yeah. I think this is very much like, again, you go back to when, you know, gay rights were the prominent thing. And all the arguments that were being made back then are being made now. And I think eventually one of these... something is going to be the tipping point. You know, and yeah, the same with racism, exactly. And these attitudes are not going to go away, but they're going to become very, very unsavory in the social discourse. So... people are going to, like, people's minds are going to change, the legislation is going to change, and eventually people are going to just see trans people as people. Fingers crossed. We're keeping our fingers crossed and hoping. Need to rise through the ranks in the Aussie school teacher system before one would have any influence on curriculum development, yeah. Which means I could potentially talk to my mother and just be like, hey, can you influence some of the curriculum yet? Oh, goodness me. In America, they literally made the identical complaint about bathrooms for black girls in white girl bathrooms. Yeah, exactly. They did the same thing with the sports thing. In the video sports that I put out, you know, you look at a lot of the arguments against trans athletes, and it's arguments against black athletes from like 40 years ago. It's the same exact thing. Oh, we don't want those black athletes performing in basketball because they got long legs. And other such nonsense. It's unfair. There's not white athletes in the basketballs. Well, I mean, that's your problem for making a sport that focuses on people being really tall, I guess. Like, how do you want to go about this? Do I like Trevor something? Trevor something. Which Trevor? I don't mind Trevor Noah. While you're on the subject of my YouTube channel, check out my YouTube channel. Where were we? Calum Sky, welcome to the Rogue Room. And it's not even just the race thing. Where women were getting the right to vote in the US, they use similar bullshit. It's always the same tactics. They literally learn from each other and then they repeat the process. Time is a flat circle. And then the progressives are stuck, you know, like we mentioned on a previous stream, I think. I think I mentioned this in a previous stream. It's kind of the same thing that PragerU does. They'll put out a 5-minute video that explains their viewpoints about the world, but it'll take someone else a 50-minute video to debunk everything that they say, because everything they say is wrong, but we have to spend a lot of time on the left debunking everything that's wrong about what they've just said, you know? There were ads about poor kids being abandoned by their mums as their mums went off to vote, because that's bad. Somehow they went off to vote and came back. Essay, all political careers end in failure, the legacy of Enoch Powell, Slugger O'Toole. Remember how the racism of this guy didn't last? My dad used to quote the Rivers of Blood speech, and it never happened because it was all the end was to turn the working class at each other, which is how politics works. A lot of these things, a lot of policy in general is based around turning the working class on each other, because the bourgeoisie knows that the moment the working class gains solidarity, then the wealthy elites are at risk, and the wealthy elites are the ones that are putting people in political seats in the first place. When you compress so much bullshit into a small space, it becomes hard to uncompress. Yeah, precisely. Become less common in the public discourse, but it will always be lurking, ready to be used by a proto-fascist politician. What's a politarian? Anywho, let's continue. We've gotten quite into this discussion right now. LGBTQ advocates have decried the spate of measures as offensive and humiliating, with Human Rights Campaign President Alfonso David saying in a statement, yeah, we read that bit already. When asked about Funk's refusal to prosecute those who defy the law, Governor Lee told reporters on Monday, I think his decision will be his own. I signed the law. It's his decision how he wants to respond to it. Last year, Funk and Lee found themselves at odds over a different measure signed into law in Tennessee, one that requires abortion providers to notify patients that it may be possible to reverse the efficacy of abortion medication midway through the procedure. When Funk wrote in a filing that he did not intend to enforce the measure, Lee responded via Facebook. A district attorney... excuse me. A district attorney purposefully disregarding current duly enacted laws by the legislature is a grave matter that threatens our justice system and has serious consequences. The rule of law is the cornerstone of our legal system, and we all take an oath to uphold the law, not to pick and choose what laws to follow based on politics or personal feelings. Meanwhile, you're signing things into law based on personal feelings, you fucking idiot. Anyway, a record-breaking number of anti-trans bills have been introduced in state legislatures across the country this year, as Republicans have increasingly pushed back on trans issues. The measures vary and include several pieces of legislation that would prohibit trans children from getting gender-affirming healthcare or playing sports on teams consistent with their gender identity. Lee is among a handful of governors, I meant to say operators, to sign a ban on trans athletes into law, with the same thing happening in Mississippi and Arkansas. In Arkansas, lawmakers passed legislation in March that restricts access to gender-affirming care for trans children and punishes doctors who treat them or refer children for such treatments. The state's Republican governor, Asa Hutchinson, vetoed that bill, but Arkansas's mostly Republican legislature overrode him, making the state the first to ban gender-affirming care for trans youth. Yeah, it doesn't sound right. Politarians are people who eat politicians. Listen to a Trevor Son. Okay, I'll give them a look at some point. Abortion reversal medication can be super dangerous. So what's abortion reversal medication? That it may be possible to reverse the efficacy of abortion medication midway through the procedure. What does that mean? What does that mean? So let me reread this segment, okay? Let me reread this. Last year, Funk and Leaf found themselves at odds over a different measure signed into law in Tennessee, one that requires abortion providers to notify patients that it may be possible to reverse the efficacy of abortion medication midway through the procedure. What does that mean? What? Okay, UK-based doctor under investigation over abortion reversal medication. What in the dickens? Do they re-impregnate the person? Hello, M Enigma. How's it going? Supposedly Trump's new strategy is based on Newt Gingrich's strategy from 1994, so it's going to be very current. A UK-based doctor is under investigation for offering to prescribe abortion reversal medication, an unproven and experimental treatment promoted by US-based anti-abortion activists. Essentially, it's a drug that essentially stops an abortion if taken early enough. It undoes the effects of an abortion pill. Doctor allegedly offered to prescribe pessaries to an undercover investigator with the advocacy group Open Democracy. The undercover investigator was connected to the doctor after calling a US-based Christian hotline run by Heartbeat International, a large anti-abortion group. UK doctors should not be working with anti-abortion activists to advise and prescribe a treatment that is unproven and dangerous, said MP Nadia Whittam. She said she was glad the GMC was investigating. Abortion reversal is an unproven and unethical treatment promoted to women who opt for medication abortions to terminate a pregnancy, rather than going into a clinic, I suppose, and going through whatever procedure they do. I don't know the specifics of what goes into an abortion, but I know it's pretty grim and it's very traumatic for the woman. But, you know, some women do genuinely need and want abortions, and they should be allowed to have them. There should be no argument to this matter, and anyone who argues in favor of legislating against abortions is strictly anti-woman. That's it. Medication abortions are available to people who wish to terminate a pregnancy that is less than 10 weeks along. Crucially, the medication can be taken at home, which has caused its popularity to increase amid the COVID-19 pandemic. However, since 2014, a California-based doctor has promoted a treatment to reverse a medication abortion through large doses of progesterone. Though US-based doctors, associations, and obgyns have repeatedly said there is no evidence to show it is safe or effective. An editorial in the New England Journal of Medicine called the treatment unproven and experimental and said it should only be offered in the context of clinical research supervised by an institutional review board. Whoa, this chap believes in human rights, cringe. So where are we? Real iffy, risky, no you to an abortion. When the legislative branch stop doing unconstitutional laws, the judiciary will enforce those laws. Yeah, talk about trauma, am I right? Gets worse. Forced pregnancy is a crime against humanity. Yes, it is. Can I... Hang on. I want to do something. There we go. I just... for the hell of it, let's start a chant. Oh, goodness. Do you know what is pretty traumatic to people? Being forced to go through a full pregnancy against their will and having less rights than a corpse. It's in the Geneva Convention. Oh my goodness. So what happens at an abortion? Do we want to read about this? It's pretty grim. I love that the chant's just going. This is good. This is Pog. Okay. Abortions can be only carried out under the care of hospitals or licensed clinics by qualified doctors. If you're less than 10 weeks pregnant and having a medical abortion, then the hospital or clinic can usually give you the second dose of medicine to take at home. Most people having an abortion do not usually need to stay in the clinic or hospital overnight, but you may need to go to appointments on different days. Before having an abortion, you'll need to have an assessment appointment. This usually happens at the hospital or clinic, but you may be offered a phone or video assessment. During this assessment, you may discuss your reasons for considering it and whether you're sure about the decision. Be offered the chance to talk things over with a trained counselor if you think it might help. Talk to a nurse or doctor about the methods available, including any associated risks and complications. Be offered an ultrasound scan to check how many weeks pregnant you are. Be offered testing for STIs. Need to have other tests such as a blood test depending on any medical conditions you have or the stage you're at in the pregnancy. When you're sure you want to have an abortion, you'll be asked to sign a consent form and the clinic or hospital will arrange a date. Methods: the abortion pill, surgical to remove the pregnancy. Medical and surgical can generally only be carried out up to 24 weeks. In very limited circumstances, it can take place after 24 weeks, for example, if there's a risk to life or there are problems with the baby's development. I'ma eat your butt. Welcome to the Rogue Room. You should be offered a choice of which method you would prefer whenever possible. Medical abortion involves taking 2 different medicines to end the pregnancy, prescribed by the hospital or clinic, and you usually take them 1 or 2 days apart. Pregnancy is passed. It usually happens several hours after you take the second medicine. It does not need surgery or an anesthetic. Involves the following steps. You first take a tablet containing... why am I reading? I mean, it's worth reading this to know the specifics. But I mean, I got to be honest with you. I'm never going to have one personally. But I guess it's good to know the details. Friendly reminder that women are not the only ones who can become pregnant. Forced pregnancy is even more fucked up in a pandemic where hospitals are already strained and women are left, well, birthing people. We might as well use that language just so we can piss off Rose McGowan. You know, are left vulnerable during the pregnancy. Okay, so... excuse me. You first take a tablet containing a medicine called mifepristone. This blocks the main pregnancy hormone. You take this tablet at the hospital or clinic and you'll be able to go home afterwards and continue your normal activities. Fuck Rose McGowan. And not in a nice way either. There we go. Oh, no, hang on. Oh, I can't do that as a chant. Sorry. I'll stop. Usually 1 to 2 days later, you take a second medicine called misoprostol. You put the tablets under your tongue, between your cheek and gum, or inside. You can usually take the medicine at home if you're less than 10 weeks pregnant. If you're over 10 weeks, you need to take these tablets at the clinic or hospital. Within 4 to 6 hours of taking the second medicine, the lining of the womb breaks down, causing pain, bleeding, and the loss of pregnancy. Sometimes you need to take more doses of misoprostol to get the pregnancy to pass. Occasionally, the pregnancy does not pass and an operation is needed to remove it. Surgical abortion involves an operation to remove the pregnancy from the womb. It may be done with local anesthetic to numb the cervix, conscious sedation where you're relaxed but awake, deep sedation or general anesthetic where you're asleep. Most people having deep sedation will not remember anything and will not be aware during the operation. If you have a general anesthetic, you'll be fully asleep during the operation and will not remember anything. Most pregnancies aren't known until 6 weeks. Yeah, exactly. Revolt Rise, welcome to the Rogue Room. And the thing is, like, there are a bunch of, what was being said? There were a bunch of people trying to restrict the, having, I forget what it was. They were trying to restrict how much, like, the minimum time you can have an abortion to, like, was it 6 weeks? Something. I forget exactly what it was. Abby is based in Bob, thank you. What was it? I've forgotten. There was something along those lines about the time in which, like, they're trying to restrict so you can't have an abortion within a certain time frame or something, and you wouldn't, like, you could be 2 weeks past your period and just think you've got a late period, right? I forgot what the specifics were. Some more anti-abortion bullshit, basically. How are we going for ads? Alright, we're going to be right back in about 10 minutes. I need to pee very badly, but I don't want to break just yet. I want to break in about 10 minutes. Anywho, notice my stream noted. I know there's a TTRPG called Thirsty Sword Lesbians. I know now! Thank you for telling me that. I am the sword lesbian queen of Twitch. I need to get more swords, actually. I want a katana. I really need a katana. Like a black katana. Anyway. Like black bladed. That'd be sick. In damask steel if possible. Anyway. enough fantasizing about, you know, phallic objects. So where were we? Most people having deep sedation will not remember anything. We already read that bit. What kind of anesthetic or sedation you have depends on your own circumstances, how many weeks pregnant you are, and your own preference. Before a surgical abortion, you'll be asked to have a medicine to open the cervix. This happens either a few hours or 1 to 2 days before the operation, depending on the medicine used. There are 2 methods. Vacuum or suction can be used up to 14 weeks of pregnancy. Tube is inserted through the cervix, and the pregnancy is removed using suction. Doctor may need special instruments to help remove the pregnancy, depending on how many weeks pregnant you are. Vacuum aspiration takes about 5 to 10 minutes, and most women go home a few hours later. I do want my Hanzo sword, yes. My Hanzo Hasashi sword. Hang on. Scorpion sword. Because, like, just Scorpion is just super cool and all that, you know? F. Rose McGowan. How many chants do we have going at the moment? Hang on. Scorpion's had a few different swords throughout the Mortal Kombat series, honestly. But I think my favorite is just the basic katana. You know? Anyway. Forced pregnancy is a crime against humanity. Who the fuck is Rose McGowan anymore? Good question. Anyway, continuing. Dilation and evacuation is used after 14 weeks of pregnancy. Involves inserting special instruments called forceps through the cervix and into the womb to remove the pregnancy. D&E is usually carried out under sedation or general anesthetic. Usually takes about 10 to 20 minutes, and you're usually able to go home the same day. After an abortion, you do not... Can't read. You do not usually need to have any other tests or appointments after a surgical abortion or a medical abortion in the hospital. If you have a medical abortion at home, you may need to have a special kind of pregnancy test or scan to make sure the pregnancy has ended. If you have a medical abortion, you may have short-lived side effects from the medicine, such as diarrhea and feeling sick. If you have a surgical abortion, the general anesthetic and sedation medicines can also have side effects. For all types of abortion, it's likely you'll have some stomach cramps, pain, and vaginal bleeding. Usually lasts a week or 2. Sometimes light vaginal bleeding after a medical abortion can last up to a month. After an abortion, you can take painkillers, use sanitary towels or pads rather than tampons. Have sex as soon as you feel ready, but use contraception as you do not want to get pregnant again, as you'll usually be fertile immediately after an abortion. That's good to know. I mean, again, doesn't really apply to me, but might apply to you. When to get medical help. Get advice if you have pain or bleeding that does not get better in a few days. Still pregnant after about a week. Still feel pregnant after about a week. Have a temperature, flu-like feelings, or unusual vaginal discharge. Have any other worries. Clinic will give you a number of 24-hour helpline to call if you're worried. You may experience a range of emotions. This is the part that I'm surprised took this long to get to. This is common. A lot of women I have spoken to who had abortions, or who I've heard have had abortions, have spoken of intense feelings of like a depressive episode after having one. Anyway, fertile right after an abortion, body fucked, the baby went away, drop another egg, let's try again. The Kilij sword. I feel like I've... Oh, yeah, I've seen one of those in person, in a museum. They're pretty cool looking. They're pretty neat. There was actually a store I went to that had a replica of these. They're pretty neat. But there we go. We got a bit of information about what abortions are specifically now. There you go. How do you feel about that? How did we get onto this topic? Oh, yeah, this Tennessee DA thing. Anyway. You have conflicted feelings about fertility. You're not comfortable with kids, but your progesterone meds make you feel clucky as hell. Sword reminded me of a Skyrim. You know those warriors from Hammerfell? They've got curved swords. Curved swords. Yeah, I've got 2 kids, so I'm good on the kids front. I don't need any more of those. Anyway. I was going to say, should we move on to another topic? But we are like a few minutes out from a BRB. How about I do the BRB now? Come back at 9:30. I'll take a 5-minute break because I need to pee. I can't stop myself anymore. I need to go to the urinarium and empty this bladder because estrogen has shrunk my bladder significantly, I assume. Anyway, I'll be right back in just a moment, folks. Here's an ad break. Subscribe if you haven't already so you can skip the ads, but you're just going to be looking at this screen anyway. Be back in just a moment. I love your faces. kind of go hyper self-help for a moment. A little bit. In addition to just feeling a little bit more body confident in general, I'm wearing this little belt thing, and it just sort of brings everything in really nicely. I don't know. I like the way this looks in general. Do I not look hot as fuck? You can sit. It's okay. I allow you. I just realized the music is really fucking loud, so oops. If you can even hear me over that loud nonsense. Let's try that again. Yeah, I thought so. I was saying you can feel free to simp for me because I'm loving the way my body looks lately, especially in this dress. It just looks awesome. It kills, you know? Anyway, let's come back. Let's do some more stuff. Let's continue our discussions of things. Got a few stories here that I would like to talk about. Making all the other sword lesbians go wooga. I would hope so. Should hope so. Dress is freaking fabulous. I don't know if it's still available anymore. It's from Dangerfield. It's... what's it called? I wonder if I can look up my history on that site. But anyway, I like pentagrams. It's a cute pattern. Anyway. I genuinely think I'm starting to see, like, a bit of hips forming here. And not just because of this little elastic belt corset thingy. But anyway, there was a story I wanted to touch on. I mean, there's a few here. There's a whole lot here. But if we go back to the trans bills thing, some of you may be... excuse me for a sec. Sorry, I just had to snort cocaine out of my glove. Anyway. Hello, Haley. How you going? So, yeah, I've mentioned in the past how I am really scared of all the anti-trans bills going on in the UK and the US and all of this kind of nonsense. Because I was worried that eventually that shit would come to Australia. And wouldn't you know it, an MP, an incredibly ancient MP from my own state of New South Wales, Fred Nile, to target trans children's healthcare before he retires. Looks like they resurrected him for this photo op. Reverend Fred Nile will introduce legislation in New South Wales to restrict transgender children from accessing gender-affirming treatment before the age of 18, the retiring MP's successor Lyle Shelton says. Why? This guy doesn't even look like he can fathom what medication is. He's too far gone. Hello, Punky Gal. How you going? Imagine wanting that as your legacy. Yeah, like, this is a guy that's gonna die next week. And his dying motive is to just target a minority and strip away their rights on his deathbed. Seize the transgenders! Former Australian Christian lobby head Lyle Shelton will take over leadership of Nile's Christian Democratic Party. Shelton announced one of Fred Nile's final contributions to politics. The Crypt Keeper will be a draft bill to protect children from experimental gender treatments. Might I ask, it's like how, like, every medical treatment is already experimental, and a lot of the experiments have already been conducted, and there's already a lot of science to support trans healthcare for teenagers, right? And when I say, like, this is the thing, they think they're going to be giving hormone treatments to 4-year-olds and stuff, which is simply not happening. The bill is focused on children's safety, Shelton claimed in a blog post this week. I expect it will take some time to prosecute the case, and I will be continuing the work on it once I succeed Reverend Nile. Sounds like he's going to stab the guy in the throat, and I'm like, all you'd really need to do is, like, prod him a little bit and he'll cock it. He goes on, children suffering from confusion about their bodies should be afforded nothing but love and support, and trans healthcare, you know, typically just puberty blockers, is that support and love from caring parents. But they should not be prescribed treatments with lifelong adverse consequences. Puberty blockers do not have lifelong adverse consequences aside from suppressing the hormones and the secondary sex characteristics associated with those hormones in kids that are experiencing gender dysphoria, for the record. And no child under the age of, like, say, 16 is even going to be getting cross-sex hormones unless they've been on puberty blockers for a good couple of years. He added, numbers of children presenting with gender dysphoria have skyrocketed. You know why that is? And blamed the publicization of LGBTQIA+ gender fluid ideology and its introduction into schools. You know why the number of children presenting with gender dysphoria has skyrocketed? Because kids are finally being, trans people are finally being represented in such a way that people who are experiencing gender dysphoria can look at them and say, oh look, I'm not a fucking freak. Considered that, you idiot? Kids who are struggling so intensely with feelings of gender dysphoria do not know what it is unless they can see other people publicly speaking about it and publicly announcing it to the world. People like Elliot Page are a godsend. Hello, Sammy. How you going? Think of the children they scream while completely ignoring the impact of these bills on children's mental health. Exactly. They don't think of mental health. See, when these kind of absolute, destitute, literal corpses, when they're doing these kind of things, these think of the children things, they don't think of mental health at all. They don't consider it as anything other than the lunatics that belong in padded rooms in an asylum in the woods. That's it. And they don't consider the fact that mentally ill people are made mentally ill by the society in which we live and the circumstances under which we are forced to live. Does my stream identify as an attack helicopter? Yes. I didn't see H Bomber Guy's new video, but I am going to look at it. These kids are going to keep existing. They just want to stop presenting it. They don't care about children's safety at all. Yeah, exactly. Technically, they do give hormones to reinforce cis-normative characteristics on kids, specifically kids who are born with non-cis-normative bodies. Yes, exactly. Yeah. They want to keep boys, boys, and girls, girls. They don't like the idea of someone being somewhere in between, someone going from one side to the other, someone falling outside the gender spectrum. Conservatives don't consider mental health because they are anti-science, which is highly amusing when they make these, blanket statements considering the science or it's experimental. It's like, well, we've done the experiments, we've done the science. So if you're arguing in favor of the science but you disagree with the science, why use science as an argument to begin with? Just admit you hate trans children and like the idea of the suicide rate skyrocketing. Lyle Shelton and Fred Nile. Lyle Shelton says CDP's legislation based on US bills. Duh. Lyle Shelton said the Christian Democratic Party is basing the bill on similar legislation recently passed in the USA. These bills in Arkansas and Tennessee in the United States, but tailored to the Australian experience, he said. The Arkansas bill passed last month by banning access to puberty blockers after warnings from doctors that instead of protecting the children, the laws would do the opposite. Well, yes, exactly. We just explained that. It's going to make more trans kids kill themselves. Can you please stop? The bill did not contain provisions for children already transitioning who face the prospect of losing access to treatment. The state's own Republican governor conceded the bill was dangerous and too extreme. He later unsuccessfully tried to veto it. Medical Journal warns of harms of denying trans kids health care. I'm glad they've added this in here. In a new editorial, prominent medical journal The Lancet, Child and Adolescent Health took aim at such legislation and debunked the false claims behind the US bills. Don't put that in quotes. Not to mention intersex kids who get treatment without the knowledge. Exactly. Social conservatives in the USA, UK, and Australia frame gender-affirming care as child abuse and medical experimentation, the editorial reads. This stance willfully ignores the decades of use of and research about puberty blockers and hormone therapy. Puberty blockers are falsely claimed to cause infertility and to be irreversible despite no substantiated evidence. The time they provide allows for conversations with health providers and parents on different options. Gender transition involves many decisions over a long time, and those who take hormones do so because they are trans. The Lancet also warns that the harms to well-being posed by prohibiting care are huge. Puberty blockers reduce suicidality. Removing those treatments is to deny life, they said. Trans youth seeking gender-affirming care because they are trans youth seek gender-affirming care because they are trans. They have the same right to health and well-being as all humans. Yeah. So literally, these people, they either want, realistically speaking, they don't want trans people to commit suicide. They don't literally want that, but they believe that these kids can be converted away from being trans. We have a lack of supply of tomboys. I do find myself wondering. Actually, hang on. Yeah, on the subject. These people, they don't want trans kids to grow up to be trans adults. They want to convert them into cis adults. And they also don't want to refer to cis by any stretch of the imagination. And, on the subject, church under fire for hosting gay conversion therapy event. Albany Baptist Church in Western Australia has defended an event that local LGBTIQ advocates call dangerous LGBT conversion therapy, which it very likely is. Let's be honest with ourselves. If a church is doing anything regarding, let's see what this flyer says. Real lives. Hear stories of hope, vision, and dignity beyond LGBTQ plus ideologies from those who have previously lived and identified as LGBTQ, but who are now finding new life in Jesus Christ. Oh God, they're so facetious. The church is hosting the event Real Lives on Thursday, May 27. The promotional flyer above promises stories of hope and vision and dignity beyond LGBTQ plus and ideologies. Or beyond LGBTQ plus ideologies. They stole our rainbow. They're trying to steal the rainbow back. They're really pissed off that we stole the rainbow. The ad also touts speakers who have previously lived or identified as LGBTQ plus, or who are now finding a new life in Jesus Christ. However, local group Albany Pride condemned the event as promoting pseudo-scientific and discredited so-called conversion practices. Not only is this kind of practice entrenched with deep-rooted homophobia and transphobia, but it is also incredibly dangerous, the group said. Telling someone they are broken or sick because of who they are is profoundly psychologically damaging. To any LGBTIQ people who had suffered trauma and abuse from the practices, the group said they see you, hear you, and recognize you. You are loved and accepted for who you are, sincerely and genuinely, by all of us at Albany Pride and the people that support us, the group said. To those of you who are reading this and facing a conflict between your faith and your sexuality, gender identity, and or intersex status, know that in reality there is no conflict. Do not let anybody convince you that there is. To anyone who is struggling with their sexuality, gender identity, and or intersex status, we are here for you. We encourage you to seek support from certified professionals who will genuinely have your best interests at heart. This, of course, applies to anyone who is struggling with anything. Bottoms for Jesus. Conservatives have no value. Case in point, the US 6th of January, when right after a terrorist attack, conservative politicians started defending the terrorist attack and the terrorist agenda in Congress session against the state's rights to voting. Finding new life in Jesus Christ. Weird way to spell brainwashed by bigots. Oh yeah, repression is always hard. Jesus was a bottom. Cishet community sure spends a lot of time trying to create suicidal queer and trans people. Oh, they do. It's entirely genocidal. This is entirely genocidal. Their mission is either convert people to shame, essentially. They want these people to feel ashamed of their sexuality, their gender identity. Or they want to kill them. They just don't want them to exist. It's always been genocide. It's always been about exterminating those people from the good, comfortable Christian status quo that they want to maintain and uphold. Mary is an ace icon. Why he wash feet? What? Anyway, after the backlash, the church removed online promotional information about the event. A spokesperson for Albany Baptist Church said in a statement the event would go ahead. Some Christians who experience same-sex attraction and gender dysphoria will share their life stories in the context of the church community, he said. As Christians, our belief is that God loves every person, whatever their sexual attraction or however they identify. All are of equal value and dignity in His sight and in our sight. We do not support or condone the practice of any coercive therapies. The spokesperson went on, we are committed to respectful conversation with people who want to tell their stories. We want to honor the request from some same-sex attracted and gender dysphoric people to share their stories of how gospel of Jesus Christ has brought them hope. Why else would He wash feet? Thanks for this space, Abigail. You're part of the reason I spoke to my doctor. You're 32. Thanks for helping me live the rest of my life true to me. Aww. You're welcome. I hope that goes tremendously well for you, honestly. Lots of... Can we get some love in chat? Can we get some loves? Whatever you've got in the way of love emotes. Conversion therapy is not a religious freedom issue. The terms gay conversion or ex-gay practices describe attempts to change or suppress sexual orientation or gender identity using psychological or spiritual means. The Australian Psychological Society has condemned such practices as ineffective. There we go. That's a good one. I like that one. That's a good chant. Are ineffective and psychologically damaging. They state that no professional practice in Australia supports these approaches. In its statement, Albany Pride also rejected proponents' arguments against the practices are a religious freedom issue. It isn't. It's an issue of public health and safety, they said. Yeah, precisely. Religious freedom should only be individual. Literally, like, specifically, religious freedom should only be affecting you. If it is your religious freedom that makes you want to do a thing for your own sake, that's where it stops. The moment your religion starts to impact on my freedom and the freedom of people like me, that's where your religious freedom ends, friendo. I'm sorry, but that's how it should be. That's how it is. You, as a religious person, do not get to dictate what other people's lives are. It's an issue of protecting the well-being of vulnerable people against a practice which has no scientific basis and is widely condemned and discredited by experts in the field of mental health and psychology. It is an issue of protecting people from a damaging con. Yeah, precisely. Religious freedom also gives freedom from religion. You know, society has the right to say to you, leave us the fuck alone with your religious diatribe. You know? Your freedom doesn't extend into my freedom, yeah. No one from any circle of life should be trying to convert anyone to anything. Which has always been one of the core tenets of religion to begin with. Can we get some threes in chat? Basically, every time Botwick reads out the heart, it's read as 3. What's this, fucking men? No, we're not fucking men. However, actually, going back to the tags thing for a second, I find this highly amusing. Just because... Hang on, I'm gonna have to find it now, because there's a bunch of... Oh, fuck it, I'll just scroll down to the M section. Twitch really felt it was necessary to add. Hang on. A man tag. There's a woman tag too, but like... Man? Who's gonna use the man tag? Who's... I genuinely want to know who's going to use the man tag. Hang on. I have to look this up. How do I look up a tag? How do I search by a tag? If we just go to, like, the true oppressed minority. Can I go to categories? Let's go to categories, just chatting. I'm gonna search by man. There's a few people. There's a few people who are doing man streams. What's up, my fellow mans? Probably to stop incels from complaining. Let's see what happens if I put woman, because there's a woman tag too. Oh my god, no one's using the woman tag. Oh, hang on, I've put it as both. Hang on. That's why. There we go. We got 2 woman tag users. Woman tag users. No women on Twitch confirmed. Yeah, there's already masculine and feminine tags in there. And then we have the man tag by itself. Where's the... Trans men might use the man tag. True. The oppressed woman already. There's no womans on Twitch. I know I'm certainly not a womans. According to, you know, the occasional person who comes in here and harasses me about it. So yeah, there's that bit of queer news. 2 bits of anti-queer news out of our very own Australia, which is unsettling. I hope Fred Nile gets put back in the grave where he belongs, and this anti-trans children's healthcare bill doesn't go anywhere, because nobody should respect any Christian lobby, period. Is this tag for anti-streamer girl types? I mean, it may well be. Can't wait until Twitch just copy-pastes Mogai into Twitch and it fucking explodes. It'll explode? Why will it explode? Isn't Mantag the main character in Fahrenheit 451? Oh, goodness. How about we look at someone stupid from the American right getting absolutely dragged by Twitter? Do we want to look at that? I think we should look at I just want to have a giggle. I just want to have a giggle and a gaggle and a laugh. Attention-seeking Republican says her pronoun is patriot and gets exactly what she deserves. A Republican lawmaker is being skewered online for a bizarre and abrupt broadside against people sharing their pronouns. Colorado representative, this bitch, a deeply hard-right gun activist, is part of a small but high-decibel block of GOP firebrands that tout pro-Donald Trump QAnon conspiracies, notching upsets on both sides. So it came as no surprise when Boebert, whose Twitter header is a photograph of a gun holster, not surprising, decided on Tuesday night, the 25th of May, to tweet, for whatever reason, my pronoun is patriot. My pronoun is patriot. Yeah, we're not kidding. She seriously tweeted this. We don't know either. But it was safe to say that, well, absolutely nobody was laughing along to Boebert's barbed jab at LGBT plus people. Patriot is a noun. You are dumb as a rock, offensive, and inexcusable. You are an embarrassment to Congress, and that is putting it politely. Oh, fuck. Can someone run that poll for me? Any mods in chat, can you run that poll for me? My pronoun is patriot. Lauren Boebert, like Sarah Palin, but somehow dumber. Just slash poll in chat and you should have the option to put it up. No, Lauren Boebert, you're just an ignorant, adjective, dumbass, noun, who is an affront, noun, to our founding fathers' dream of an enlightened, adjective, America. You, pronoun, are a traitor, noun, who betrays, verb, all those who fought and died for freedom, noun. Oh, fuck. Patriot is a noun. First, patriot is not a pronoun. Second, there are many words to describe you, and patriot is not one of them. Idiot is the first word that comes to mind. Lauren Boebert, the owner of a Shooter's Grill in Rifle. The owner of Shooter's Grill in Rifle. Is that the name of the town? Is that the name of the town? Please tell me that's the name of the town. Please tell me Shooter's Grill exists in a town called Rifle. You're fucking kidding me. Where's she from? Colorado. The city of Rifle is a home rule municipality located in Garfield County, Colorado, United States. I bet you she literally masturbates to the fact that she lives in a town called Rifle. Anyway, owner of the Shooter's Grill and Rifle has over the years sought to position herself as something of a rabble-rouser. She refused to close her restaurant where she encourages staff to openly carry guns during the throes of the pandemic, with the Garfield County Sheriff being forced to obtain a cease and desist order against her to make her shutter, toppling her Democratic rival Dianne Mitch Bush in the 3rd Congressional District. The member of Congress has used her thumping platform to complain about illegal aliens, tweet Trump was right into the void, and rally against trans rights. Duh. Of course. She was thrown her weight behind. I think that's meant to say has. Thrown her weight behind the Republican field drive across dozens of state legislatures to railroad reviled bans on trans athletes. Blah, blah, blah. Again. In a particular flashpoint, the Glock-packing politician staged a press conference outside the Capitol complex as Congress voted on the Equality Act, a sprawling piece of legislation that would introduce long-sought LGBT plus protections nationwide. To Boebert, there is nothing about equality in that act. If anything, it's the supremacy for gays, lesbians, and transvestites. I bet Patriot... I fucked up. I bet Patriot masturbates over this. Oh, God. Expecting it to be Rocket Launcher County. She could just shoot the COVID-19 away. Yeah, what was she getting? Transvestites? What is it supposed to mean, Lauren? And in case you had any misconceptions about her priorities, she bravely fought against SpongeBob SquarePants after she criticized Nickelodeon for hinting that the iconic children's character was asexual. Why do these people fucking care so much about shit that doesn't affect them? Jesus fucking Christ. Lauren, get a fucking hobby, you dumb bitch. One that doesn't involve a gun. Fuck me dead. Now I'm getting walking dysphoria. I'm disabled. How am I supposed to go hiking? Yeah. Yay, aceness. I mean, if SpongeBob is asexual, that's the one positive thing I have to say about SpongeBob SquarePants. Her hobby is freedom. Dr. Julia, welcome to the program. How you doing? Oh, goodness. Well, I'm done with Patriot for the evening. Jesus fucking Christ. Just like, God. Can we not? Seriously, people. And we got a couple more bits of trans-related news. SpongeBob reproduces by budding. Sexuality is not a concept he would get. Here's a couple more bits of news. Bits of good... So yeah, good news. We got some good news. We got some good trans news. Patriot's hobby is freedom. I feel like had people spend more time thinking about my sex life than I do. Yeah, what's wrong with SpongeBob? I just don't like SpongeBob. But it was hinted SpongeBob is asexual, apparently. Let me just have a look at something really quickly. Let me just find something really quickly. Because there's a good tweet made by this person. Let me find the response that I made, because it wasn't those two. I've responded to their tweets a few times today. It might have come across as a bit creepy, actually. Where is it? Where's the tweet they posted? They posted something else. Here we go. So, transphobes. Jasmine says this. Transphobes, all these trans women do is live a misogynistic sexual fantasy of what they think a woman's life is like. Me sitting in a hoodie and sweats on my couch eating popcorn and watching a Warhammer 40k video at 2 a.m. Well, I guess technically this could be someone's fetish. And I responded with, literally lost my entire sex drive, but hey, at least I've got a cute wardrobe now. Like, if my intention was to live with my sexual fantasies, destroying my sex drive was a weird way to do it. On the subject of, you know, people thinking that being trans is a sexual fetish and completely missing the point of transness. Anyway, I don't think the creator's coming out and saying that he has a hardcore BDSM sex would come across positively. Well, the creator of SpongeBob is dead, so don't think he's going to come out and say anything anyway. He's a corpse. He's in the ground. Oh yes, the sex, the one thing I do all the time. Isn't budding a grafting technique in horticulture? It may well be. So they're mad at children's cartoon character isn't sexual. In 20 minutes he'll ban us because Congress hearing investigating your president will start and they are streaming radio. Sounds good. Enjoy that. I hope it's good. Yeah, sex drive completely yeeted. I don't have a sex drive anymore. I have no desire for it. Which is weird because, like, I've had moments of sexual desire, certainly. But... Or not sexual desire. I've had moments where the tech works. The equipment does its thing. But I have no desire to act on it. At all. And I've had very brief, like, sexual thoughts. But I have no desire to follow up on those. You know what I mean? Like, I've had sexual dreams and things of that nature where it's like, okay, that's a thing that's happening in my head, but I don't really want to do anything with it. Who cares? You did a research. What did you do? Only sexual fantasy is someone bringing me a kosher breakfast in bed and cuddling me after I've eaten. Sponges can also reproduce asexual. How long, can reproduce sexually, sorry. I thought it said asexually. How long has it been? About 9 months. Is that how long I've been on HRT? Pretty much the moment I started taking T blockers, my sex drive dropped off severely. And then once I got on estrogen, there was just no desire left at all. Yeah, it's pretty good. I like it. Who knows? Like, there is, the plan is with my endocrinologist to eventually get me on progesterone, which I've heard can spike the horny really bad. We'll see how we go. Anywho. Heard there's a Proganova shortage in Australia. There's not. Hello, Kiara. How you going? It's fabricated. The thing about the hormone shortages that they like to say, it's like, oh, there's not enough for cis people, so we can't give you it for trans people. It's made up. They make it up so that they don't have to give us medication. But so far, I haven't had a problem getting mine. Also ended up kind of pseudo grey ace for 2 years, then you got into progesterone. But yeah, anytime they'll tell you there's a hormone shortage, it's a way to deny trans people their hormones. In another chat where people are arguing that kids shouldn't be brought to Pride. Oh my god. Can they stop? Haven't took anything in the sex drive has gone way down. I mean, maybe like just coming to terms with the fact that you are trans can have that effect on you. Because I feel like a lot of the reason I even pursued sex before in the first place was because it was just considered to be this thing of conquest that men tend to do. You know, I got roped into this idea of like, oh, I should be doing the sexing because that's what the mans do, isn't it? I genuinely think there was a certain point throughout that sexual journey that I may have had where I was just like, the only reason I'm doing this is because of the brownie points almost. And, you know, there were a lot of moments where I was with a sexual partner and I'm like, why are we sleeping together right now? Like, I was literally mid-action. And I'm just like, why am I doing this? Why am I sleeping with this person? I don't really have any particular desire to. So I think this may have even gone back well before I even came out. Discussing the anti-trans laws in Tennessee, you feel kind of helpless since there are no charities for trans community. Oh, that's awful. There's an injectable shortage in the US. One maker stopped making it. Oh, okay. Thrust. Why am I doing this again? What's this about? Could be Demi, possibly. Tis a spectrum, yeah. I don't think about it too much. I just call myself a lesbian because I like women. And I consider myself largely asexual at the moment just because I just don't have a libido. Yeah, same. No libido, yeah. I often hate the fact that your libido is so high. I mean, I've spoken to a bunch of people who have got the same kind of problem where it's like, I want to get shit done, but I'm also constantly horny. And it's understandable. Have a hell of a time getting your supplies. It was oof. I bet it was. That sounds awful. Fantasize, but that's it. Yeah, there are moments where I've got like nothing going on and I'm just like, I might as well think about something sexy, but again, I just don't do anything with that information. It just sits there like stewing in my head. It's like, I think my brain is like poking me. It's like, come on, go get off. Go do something. Go on, go. You've got toys. And then I was like, but if I do that, I wouldn't be playing Ghost of Tsushima. Which I still haven't finished. I was playing that again last night and I'm like, I have still not finished this game. The stream is something. Anyway, let's read another news bit. Protect trans kids chants ring through Texas Capitol as school sports ban dies a welcome death. LGBTQ plus or LGBT plus activists in Texas are celebrating the death of a bill that would have banned trans children from playing in school sports aligning with their gender identity. The Texas House had a deadline to pass bills from the Texas Senate of midnight, 25th of May, which expired before Senate Bill 29 could receive a vote. Opponents of the legislation fought the bill up to its deadline. Protesters gathered in the House gallery at the Capitol building in Austin, Texas, with trans pride flags chanting "Protect Trans Kids." Excuse me. Aaron Zwiner, just misgendered them. Oops. A Democratic member of the Texas House posted another video of the LGBT plus activists. In the video, they called for lawmakers to stop SB 29. Let's just pause this for a sec. Fuck yeah. Poggers. Can we get some poggers in chat? So I don't know what exactly is going on, but anyway, cool. Queer does work, yeah. I like the term queer as the umbrella term for the LGBTQIA plus community, because you can just say, I'm queer. And, you know, if you are a queer person, protect trans kids, stop SB 29. But like, if you're a queer person of any kind, if it's your sexual identity, if it's your gender, if it's your sexual orientation, if it's your gender identity, you know, I think queer just generally works. Punky Gal, welcome to the Red Room. As a broad catch-all, especially if you might be some variant of queer, but you don't want to elaborate specifically what, which can happen. pansexual, a sexual centrist. I'm here, I'm queer, and I drink cheap beer. Cheap wine for me, but you know. Cheap wine, unfortunately, no longer a 3-day growth. Laser is fucking magic. Anyway. In another video, protesters and lawmakers cheered in joy and waved trans pride flags as the clock struck midnight and SB 29 officially died. Watch as cheers erupt and trans flags wave when the text legislation clock ticks midnight, and so SB 29 and the anti-trans sports bill is officially dead. Protect trans kids. Thank you, Texas Democratic House
Mr.
members.
Speaker, I raise a...
Members,
Mr. Speaker,
we're not having an outburst in the House
I
floor.
raise a point
Mr.
of
Dunn,
order
for a
against
purpose.
further consideration of this bill and the remaining bills on the calendar under Rule 8, Section 13C, on the grounds that the time for consideration of Senate bills on second reading in this time zone has passed.
What about El Paso? The point of order is well taken and sustained.
There you have
Mr.
it,
Speaker,
folks. There you have it. It's done and dead. Pog. See my cold chisel. I hate myself for it, but yeah. Consider yourself most representative to least autism, gender, male, demi-male, agender, non-binary male, for example, yeah. Zwiner, who has been a staunch opponent of SB 29, shared in the joy felt by trans youth and their families when the bill failed to pass its deadline. She posted a picture of herself alongside other lawmakers and opponents of the bill holding trans pride flags. Ding dong, the bill is dead. Very pog, very based. That's a W. Can we get some W's in chat? Rena, you gotta get ready for work. Thank you so kindly for hanging out tonight, Rena. I appreciate you so much. I hope to see you again too real soon. We get some W's in chat. This bill did not meet its deadline. Fucking pog. Fucking based.
Thank you for continuing your membership.
Hey! Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for gifting a sub to Sammy. Legend. Art Fierro, a Texas Democratic representative, also celebrated the death of SB 29. He wrote, "Tonight, we made our message loud and clear despite the constant attacks on our trans youth throughout this session. We will protect trans kids." Representative Ana Maria Ramos also posted on Twitter to share that lawmakers successfully stopped SB 29. She also shared a photo of her holding up her adorable dog. Look at that dog. Look at it. And a trans pride flag. Today was a testament to the resilient spirit of the amazing trans community and all the allies who stood by us all session. Look at that dog. The papa says trans rights. Look him. Isn't it baby? It baby. I'm gonna pet the dog with my cursor. That's the best I can do. I'm sorry. I can't do better for you. Writer Ari Drennan also commemorated the moment that SB 29 failed to pass before the end of session. Drennan wrote, "Holy shit, they ran at the clock. SB 29 failed to pass before the end of the session. Thanks to the trans people protesting and the LGBTQ legislators who did everything in their power to slow this down as much as possible." More W's, folks. More W's in chat. W. We get some W's. SB 29 initially failed to receive the requisite 7 votes it needed for it to move out of the House's Public Education Committee. The bill received a 6-5 vote in favor on 4 May, and it looked destined to fail. However, it was later revived by Democratic Representative Harold Dutton, who did not vote in support of the bill initially. According to the Houston Chronicle, Dutton changed his vote as a consequence after a fellow Democrat killed one of Dutton's unrelated education bills on a procedural technicality. Yeah, I remember reading about this particular piece of bullshit. Did not vote in support of the bill initially. Changed his vote as a consequence. Is this what I'm thinking of, or is this something else? Houston Democrat joins GOP lawmakers in reviving transgender sports bill. Yeah. Legislation banning transgender girls from playing on girls' scholastic sports teams was revived in the Texas House on Friday morning, just days after it appeared blocked. On Friday morning, where was it? By the time State Reps Harold Dutton, D. Houston, and Dan Huberty Kingwood, who did not support the bill on Tuesday, joined with 6 Republicans in voting for it. Dutton explained his flip was a consequence to unrelated legislation that stalled the night before relating to a state takeover of the Houston Independent School District. That's an iffy situation there, isn't it? Anyway, there we go. Big W's. Big W's in chat. Hold on a moment. Big W's. Every day is a big day at Big W. Not a map. I don't want maps, for goodness sake. Every day is a big day at Big W. Big W. Huge W. It's the kind of W we're talking about. Corporate shill. Big W. Yeah, no maps. No maps in chat. I need to get like a clip of a Big W ad. And anytime there's a Big W moment, we can play the clip of the Big W ad. Just because ads are a part of our society. And in similar news, very similar news, that one was running out the clock. This one is the ACLU suing Arkansas over their trans healthcare ban. The group argues that the law discriminates against trans people and violates physicians' First Amendment rights. The ACLU filed a lawsuit against Arkansas officials over a recently passed measure that will bar healthcare professionals from providing transition-related care to transgender minors. The suit was filed on behalf of 4 trans youths and their parents. 4 trans youths. I feel like that should just say youth. 4 trans youth and their parents. I don't think youths gets a plural, does it? As well as 2 physicians who provide gender-affirming healthcare. Like, generally speaking, youth is a plural, isn't it? Am I wrong? Governor Asa Hutchinson, a Republican, vetoed the bill in April, calling it a vast government overreach, but the legislature overwrote the veto a day later, making Arkansas the first in the country to pass a restriction on trans-related health care. The law could take effect as early as July 28. Youths. What is a youth? Youths. The suit filed Tuesday in the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Arkansas alleges that the law violates the U.S. Constitution. I think I do get the reference, but I don't get the reference. Like, I know you're referencing something, but I forget what. The law would be devastating to trans youth and their families, forcing many to uproot their lives and leave the state to access the gender-affirming care they need, Holly Dixon, executive director of the ACLU in Arkansas, said in a statement. We're suing to stop this cruel and unconstitutional law from taking effect and inflicting further harm on these children and their families. Arkansas is one of 35 states that have considered bills targeting trans people in 2021, according to the ACLU. The state and Tennessee are the only 2 to pass bills that will limit trans-related care. Arkansas is also one of 8 states that have passed bills that will ban trans student athletes, grown, from competing on sports teams that align with their gender identity. Excuse me. I need some water. The alcohol has made me dry-throated and all of that kind of stuff. And you know what? No girl needs to have a dry throat, if you know what I mean. So that she can speak clearly. Anyway. Tuesday's suit names Arkansas Attorney General Leslie Rutledge and members of the Arkansas... Oh, God. Okay. Draco, thank you for gifting a sub to Quince. I don't even know what my alert just said. It just said something. I think it said, you're too kind. Maybe. I changed Botwick's sound effects. Marissa Tomei. My cousin Vinny. Oh, okay. In addition to the ACLU, the plaintiffs are represented by the ACLU of Arkansas and the law firms of Sullivan and Cromwell LLP, Jill Reagan, Owen, and Wallace Law Firm. I hate transphobes too, which is like, it's good to see them getting absolutely bodied in legislature. Rutledge told NBC News in an email that she would aggressively defend Arkansas's law, which strongly limits permanent life-altering sex changes to adolescents. I won't sit idly by while radical groups such as the ACLU use our children... While groups such as the ACLU use our children as pawns for their own social agenda. Oh, shut the fuck up, bitch. The Arkansas State Medical Board said it does not comment on pending litigation. One of the plaintiffs, 15-year-old Dylan Brandt, will lose access to transition care he's receiving when the bill takes effect. This is who I am, and it's frustrating to know that a place I've lived all my life is treating me like they don't want me here, Brandt said in a statement. Having access to care means I'm able to be myself and be healthier and more confident physically and mentally. The thought of having that wrenched away and going back to how I was before is devastating. Amanda and Shane Dennis said their 9-year-old Brooke began to really struggle when she felt pressure to pretend she was a boy at school. Last year when she told them she wanted to be called Brooke and use she and her pronouns, they supported her and the cloud of sadness lifted and her smile came back. Isn't that nice to hear? Her smile came back. That's the thing that I love so much about transition. So many happy trans people smiling. It's fucking great. Even amid all of the hate in the world, one of the best things, it's like looking at a kitten. One of the best things is the trans smile. The trans happiness smile. It's fantastic. Now Brooke fears being unable to access healthcare once she starts puberty. We've told all of our children that we will always protect them, but this law stands in the way of our child getting the medical care she will desperately need, Amanda Dennis said in a statement. The couple plan to leave the state if Brooke can't get the care she needs, but that would mean uprooting their family, including their aging parents whom they care for. Trans joy, yeah, exactly. Gender euphoria. And this is the unfortunate thing, is like there are a lot of people in these states where these bills are being passed against trans healthcare and stuff like that, where they don't have the option to uproot their family, which is already bad enough that they have to consider that. But there are many trans people in these states who are simply unable to do that. They don't have the privilege to be able to do that. Supporters of bills like that of Arkansas argue that transition care for minors is experimental and that trans minors often change their minds about their gender or detransition later in life. I hate when people bring the detransition thing into things. Because a lot of the reason, like a significant portion of the reason people detransition is due to social pressure. Not all of them, but there is a significant portion of detransitioners who do so because there is a social pressure to do so. Or a medical reason to do so. But medical experts say neither of those claims are backed by scientific evidence. Hey, anarcho-anachronism. Why is the alerts behind my logo? Anyway, thank you so kindly for that. Bloody legend you. For the 500 bits. Absolutely incredible. I love your face. Teenagers not being depressed, is that allowed? Hey, Azray, how's it going? Let's continue. Wait. In fact, they say care is supported by decades of research. Draco! Thank you for gifting a tier 1 to anarcho-anachronism. Bloody legends you all are. Look at you all, you lovely people. Goodness gracious me. And on the subject of Sammy being in chat, there's the latest episode of the Inconsolables podcast that I was on. Fucking legend. Legends, all of you. Hello, Sammy. Today's lawsuit notes that all major medical associations, I can read, including the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Endocrine Society, and the American Psychological Association, support gender-affirming care for trans youth. So you know the people that know what the fuck they're talking about? Support gender-affirming care. So if all of these organizations support trans-affirming care, then anyone who opposes trans-affirming healthcare should be dismissed immediately. Like the moment that every health association involved with this kind of thing says, yeah, gender-affirming care works, then anyone who has the feelings, party of facts over feelings, is pushing for legislation based on their feelings, pretty much. Anyone who's using their feelings in this kind of discussion should be dismissed, which is what they're doing. Arkansas law would not only ban physicians from providing transition-related care, but it would also bar them from referring trans minors to other providers who provide transition care. Additionally, it would prevent state funds, such as Medicaid funds, from covering gender-affirming healthcare for trans people under 18, and according to the ACLU, it would allow private insurers to refuse coverage for transition care for people of any age. If there are no depressed teens who will attend the MCR concerts, oof. Literally have a friend who had to stop his transitioning because of social pressure. For everyone's relief, he was able to restart his transition. Yes, he is a trans man. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear he was able to restart his transition. Yeah, the science is literally on the opposing side of the people making these laws. It absolutely is. The people making these decisions, the people who are trying to force this shit down everyone else's throat, have no idea what they're talking about, and they are proud of that fact. They love the fact that they are wrong, and that they are effectively pissing a bunch of people off. Why did I click over to this? What was I doing? I was looking at something and I don't know what. My bit rate's okay. Anyway. Where were we? Was it this part? Oh yeah, the lawsuit argues that the ban violates the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment because it discriminates on the basis of sex and transgender status by prohibiting certain medical treatments only for transgender patients and only when the care is related to gender transition, meaning the same medications such as hormones and puberty blockers could be prescribed to cisgender minors if they aren't for transition-related purposes. Interesting that they bring this up, because whenever you argue the point that people are stripping away medical necessity for trans kids, such as having puberty blockers and then having hormones and things of that nature, when they say they're taking away the right of trans kids to receive healthcare, there are so many ignoramuses, ignorami, I guess would be the appropriate term, who say, oh, well, they can still get, medicine for if they have the flu. They could still get surgery if they break their arm. What are you complaining about? They still get healthcare. Except that's not the point. The point is that this particular form of healthcare, which is imperative to a lot of these people's survival in the first place, is being refused to them. So if you take away someone's right to medically transition, and keep in mind, not every single trans person does medically transition, for the record. Not everybody wants to medically transition, which includes HRT, which includes hormones, which includes top surgery, HRT, bottom surgery, top surgery, whatever else, FFS, whatever they decide they want to pursue. Not every trans person feels any of that is necessary, right? I'm personally of the belief that it's like, the one major surgery I would want is top surgery. The rest of it doesn't really bother me. I wouldn't mind bottom surgery so there's never any bulge anymore. So I can wear tights freely without having to look down and be like, oh, people can see that. Bit awkward. But generally speaking, I don't have dysphoria around that region, if that makes sense. So, you know, people's different specific methods in which they want to transition are unique to them. Not everybody wants to medically transition, but for those who do, in some cases medical transition literally is a case of life or death. Some who cannot medically transition do suffer suicidal ideation, because of course you do. When you look in the mirror and you realize that the person staring back at you doesn't feel like the person that should be staring back at you, then it's going to affect you on a significant mental level. And this is in its own way a form of, you know, yeah, literally it's the treatment for an illness that's incurable. You know what I mean? Like, essentially. I think I've knocked that down a bit. I think I've sort of illustrated the point. But anyway. It also argues that the bill interferes with the right to parental autonomy guaranteed by the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, and that it violates the First Amendment by prohibiting providers from referring patients to other medical professionals. Chase Strangio, Deputy Director for Transgender Justice with the ACLU's LGBTQ and HIV project, said in a statement that the ACLU and its partners will be filing several lawsuits over the course of the next few months to make it clear there is a robust movement of trans people and allies fighting for trans justice. Trans young people should not have to fight so hard to live, he said. Even with supportive families, these bills have devastating consequences. Excuse me. Yeah, condition, not illness. I'm dumb. I'm drunk. Anyway, I had one wine and it hits me like a sack of bricks. I swear to God, like that much. That much. That much red wine, and I'm such a fucking lightweight. Anyway. Even with supportive families, these bills have devastating consequences. Our work will not be done until every law that targets trans people is struck down as unconstitutional and all trans people are able to live without fearing discrimination and violence because of who we are. So there we go. It's good to see some very big POG moments there in regards to trans legislation, anti-trans legislation. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about the HRT making me a lightweight. That would probably be it. I thought maybe it could be my, the fact that I've lost so much weight and I'm, you know, so very much lighter than I was 9 months ago. I've lost about 23, 24 kilograms of weight since around July of last year. And I think in that regard, you know, anytime I drink, it hits me like a ton of bricks. It's crazy. Hits me like a sack of potatoes. I'm getting cold again. Bloody hell. I'm literally a lightweight. I quite frankly am, yes. Give me a moment. It's time to bring the cape back. If I can, without ruining my headband and stuff. And my makeup and all that. Although, I don't think I can really mess up my makeup. Oh, it's cold. It's bloody cold, dude. I thought alcohol was supposed to warm you up. The hell is this bullshit? I'm freezing cold. It's freezing cold in Australia, the country that's literally on fire. Why is this country on fire all the time? Can someone put them out? It's Raven from Teen Titans. Better than being a cruiserweight. Is that when you only drink cruisers? Is that the pun that you're making? I hope that's the pun you're making. Because I like cruisers. I like blueberry cruisers. They only sell those at one particular establishment. One particular liquor chain. And they're quite nice. Why is it on fire? Because you're all flaming hot. Except for Scott Morrison. He's a bit of a dunce. He looks like a potato. More, not as much as Peter Dutton, sorry. You know, Scott Morrison looks like a hairy potato. Peter Dutton just looks like a regular potato. Excuse me. ScoMo is the lump of coal. I think only things like whiskey make you feel warm. Well, maybe I need to get back into whiskey then. Some people look like spuds and that's okay. Yeah, but we still don't like ScoMo. Capes are underrated. We need more capes. More capes! I would have an ideological disagreement with Edna Mode, honestly. More capes! Not no capes, more capes, bitch. I know that wearing something over your head can also keep warmth in your body because a lot of your warmth escapes through your head. So if you're wearing something on your head, it keeps the warmth in. So put the hood up. Anywho, capes are fucking badass. Capes are based. And you know what's very not based? This is an article that sort of harkens back to what we were talking about before in some ways with regards to religion, because fuck religion. We've talked about Israel Folau a couple of times. The very, 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 very homophobic footballer who's very homophobic. Who got fired from the NRL or something like that. Can yell Azarath Metreon Zinthos real quick. No, I can't yell because my kids are in bed a couple of rooms away. What's this video you've sent me? What's this? I'm a kawaii potato.
There's the pretty girls, and there's the popular girls, and I look like a potato. A kawaii potato.
Okie dokie. Anyway, on the subject of Israel Folau, the very super homophobic Australian footballer, he is threatening legal action against QRL, whatever the hell that is, as Catalans set to deny him a release. Frustrated, and the reason I read this is because of the specifically Christian-related bullshit a little bit later on. It's a fucking treat. Anyway, new favorite video. Frustrated Super League club Catalans are adamant they will only release Israel Folau for the right clearance fee and were always of the understanding he would return to the south of France and help us win the championship, not sign with Clive Palmer's local A-grade, the Southport Tigers. I don't follow sports for the record, but it's mostly about the religion and homophobia. On the same day, Folau's lawyers made it clear they were commencing legal action against the Queensland Rugby League, that's what QRL stands for, on discrimination grounds. Catalans officials were fuming about the way they had treated Folau, especially given the backlash they received in the first place when they signed him. Izzy is still contracted with us, he's registered with the Rugby Football League, he's on our cap, and when he first contacted us about having to extend his stay in Australia late last year because of an illness in the family, we told him, take all the time you need. Catalans football manager Alex Chan told The Herald, we told him we still expect you to come back and help us win the championship. The thing that hurt the most was seeing him in that Southport jersey. We gave him the start he wanted back in the game. We copped a lot of flack from all angles, as well as opportunities to retain players by re-signing him from the 2021 season. Sports is weird. Yes, fuck religion. We did just become best friends. Exactly. In saying that, we knew we were getting a quality player. He did everything we asked him to do and more in 2020. It was the reason we went so big to retain him. So it's hard to understand why we've put into this position now where he wants to play for somewhere else. Chan said Catalans had heard from Folau's legal team, but there was no appetite to grant him his release. If he doesn't intend on coming back and wants to play somewhere else, we'll sit at the table and negotiate a clearance fee, Chan said. I understand Izzy wants to play. The sad thing for us is we took a chance where nobody else would. We copped a heap from all angles, and we lost credit here and in the UK. Chan said the RFL still included Folau on the club's salary cap, a fact which could impact them from making signings. Folau's registration is still held by the RFL. The QRL announced on Wednesday it would approve Folau's bid to return with the Southport Tigers on the proviso he obtains a release from his contractual obligations with Catalans and doesn't play at a level higher than Community Rugby League. Give me a second. Sports is really fucking weird, dude. We're getting to the homophobia, don't worry. The news isn't all about homophobia today, I promise, and transphobia. I've got some climate change shit to talk about too. Give me a sec. Goodness me. My equilibrium's all over the place. Okay, I took my lip gloss off. P.S. The world is on fire too. It is. It's kind of on fire. Yeah, we'll do the climate change thing. Well, we're only talking about how climate change is affecting the youth, I think. Unless you got some other, climate change stuff that we can look at, which I'm always down for. It's interesting to see how different people look at the way that the climate is affecting the world. Anyway. But that wasn't enough to placate Folau's lawyer Sam Iskander from Alexander Law, who claims his client has been discriminated against and denied an opportunity to practice his profession. All Israel wants to do is play football and be treated like any other person, Iskander said in a statement. His application for registration with the QRL is being dealt with differently to anyone else who has ever sought registration for the Southport Tigers. Mr. Folau's now repudiated contract agreement with Catalans has nothing to do with the QRL. The QRL is not a party and has no rights under it. Likewise, the QRL has no right to discriminate against a player or seek to disadvantage such a player. So hang on, where the fuck's the bit that I was... Okay, give me a second. I swear I read this article before, unless I somehow read a different one. There's segments of this missing. I read this before, okay. There are segments of this missing. Hold on a second. So yeah, I literally screenshotted these and sent them to my friend. All Israel Folau wants to do is play football and be treated like any other person. And then this part. Hold on, let me just post it into a link. So, with regards to the spicy homophobic bullshit he said, Israel Folau was quoting words from the Bible. He is a deeply religious man. Peter Beattie criticized Israel for being a Christian. Christians have been unfairly criticized throughout history. I swear that was in this article. They must have cut it out. Updated 7:03 p.m. They must have cut that bit out. It's not in there. They cut it out. It was right here. And there was more too. There was a couple of paragraphs on top of that. Talking about specifically the homophobic shit and going on about this. Christians have been unfairly criticized throughout history. They literally fucking took it out. They sabotaged me. Oh my god, I'm glad I screenshotted at least that bit. That's the whole reason I had the article up in the first place. I don't give a fuck about football. Good lord, dude. Trying to discredit me. What's this about Christians being unfairly criticized? Oh yeah. We live in a Christian dominant society and they're being unfairly criticized. Sure, love. Sure. Anywho, that aside. We're gonna pretend the Crusades didn't happen. Am I right? Oh, goodness me. I could go on about Christianity all damn day. It's fucking absurdity. It's genuinely fucking absurdity the way that some people... Again, Christians have such a victim complex. As people who've had the dominant hand in the majority of Western civilization's... Society. The society. Sounds similar to white grievance? Yeah. Literally all of US history, Australian history, UK history, the British Empire, literally rooted in Christianity. You know, the whole discussion around all that nonsense is just... Those mad people are calling out their shit, yeah. They want to act as though they are some kind of persecuted minority. The projection is absurd. It's really ridiculous. We haven't played an ad. I'm playing an ad. Sorry to do this to you folks. If you're subbed, it's not going to matter, but I do want to stop mid-rolls from happening, and I keep forgetting to do it. I need to set a timer every half an hour so that I can do an ad roll. Because I keep forgetting to run ad rolls. So that we can skip mid-rolls. But yeah, like I've seen this happen so often, and I've seen so many people who are Christian act as though they have something to be worried about. When really it's the same... Honestly, the thing that it strikes me as, and this is honestly just hilariously not a coincidence, the amount of people who are going on about cancel culture. They're saying, oh, we're being cancelled, we're being silenced and all this kind of thing. when they've got massive platforms. And it's exactly the same thing that Christians do, acting as though they are being persecuted when they have the most massive platform on the planet. Or one of. I think Islam might be a bigger religion, actually. You don't hunt down Christians to feed them to the gay lions. I've been trying, but look, I'm only one person. I'm only one of the transgenders. I need like a transgender brigade. A gay brigade. To hunt the Christians down. There's more of them than there are of me. So there's only so much that I can do, you know? The lions are going hungry. I can see their rib cages. It's pretty bad out there. Thank you for giving a heck, Annika. And yeah, like I've interacted with several very hardcore conservative Christians, and they all have this attitude like they are somehow persecuted for their beliefs. When the reality of the situation is people just disagree with them. And they can't stand the idea of someone disagreeing with them. You know? They're these people who have such radical, reactionary, and controlling and abusive and manipulative viewpoints on the world that when you disagree with them, they think that you're attacking them for it. And I suppose in a way we are. In a lot of ways, you know, when you find someone who has almost got an attitude of people who don't agree with me should be Stockholm syndromed into agreeing with me, then yeah, we're going to disagree with you. Of course we are. Hello, Talon. How you going? It's like the all men thing. The good ones aren't under attack by this anti-Christianity sentiment. If you're a Christian and not a cunt, no one's going to hate you for having a belief here. Love hearing Joe Rogan, #1 podcaster in the world, complaining about censorship and how comedians can't say anything anymore. I know.
I see you've brought
hey,
guests.
Kiyos
Welcome,
and AU. How's it going?
friends.
Hello, Raiders. How's it going, friends, folks? What's going on? So Christianity is 2.382. Islam is 1.907. Is it possible I was thinking of maybe... Is there another religion that's got more prominence? Hinduism? Is that what I'm thinking of? Let's put you on party mode. Welcome in, Raiders. How'd your stream go? What were you streaming? Tell us all about it. I hope you went well. Politics? What kind of politics were you getting into? Oh yeah, like it's not specifically religion that makes people assholes, but in specific regard to, well, I mean, I will say just Christians in this circumstance, because that's the majority of the religious people I've interacted with, is they all certainly have a victim complex, being the most prominent religious group excuse me. I'm autistic and I can't string words together. In Australia, at the very least. And other parts of the world, of course. They're, you know, Christian predominant countries. They like to act as though, again, coming back to the cancel culture thing, these are these people who've got so much influence and power already, and the moment anyone disagrees with them, they act as though they are somehow being persecuted for it, that they are somehow the attacked minority that they are constantly attacking. Good night, folks. Have a good one. Thank you so kind of for hanging out tonight. It's the cutthroat environment that capitalism promotes that makes humans shitty, not human nature. Yes, indeed, Damasio. Good to see more Aussies on the platform. There are a few of us out there. I'm glad we have an Aussie tag now. We've got the Australian tag now, which helps things a bit. Might actually use the new tags tonight and see if we can find someone else to raid when it's my time to go. I'm not done yet. I've got a lot to talk about. Like, as a Christian, you don't feel victimized for it. If you say arsehole things, you expect to be called out on it so you can correct yourself. Likewise, if another Christian says some arsehole things, you're going to call him out. Yeah, exactly. Does need more than 5 tags. I still think like 8 to 10 tags is probably a good starting point. Religion does for sure create an environment that encourages groupthink and intolerance and discourages independent thought, and it historically protects abusers. Very good point, yeah. It certainly does, yeah. Wherever they're looking at the Vorsh superhero take. Oh. What did Vorsh say? But you know what the problem is? It's not just specifically Christianity, but Christianity in itself is a privilege, right? In the same way that being, in the Western world, being white is a privilege, being male is a privilege, being able-bodied is a privilege, being cisgender is a privilege, being heterosexual is a privilege, all of these kinds of things. And that's ultimately what it comes down to when we're talking about these kinds of people who have such a victim complex. There are people who are legitimately mistreated for things that are not privileges. I'm trans. The only privilege I have being trans is that receiving trans medication, trans healthcare, and all these kinds of things has been really good to me. The Medicare system, the healthcare system in Australia has been good to me. That is a privilege I do have. Being trans, however, is not a privilege. Being cis in Australia is a privilege. Being heterosexual in Australia is a privilege. Being a Christian in Australia is a privilege. You, generally speaking, if you're a Christian, you are born into a community of other Christians, which grants you a ton of other opportunities later in life. And as a result, there are a lot of people who are in those kinds of communities, or those people who've already got, the most privilege they can have. Being, if you're born a white, cisgender, heterosexual man, who's also a Christian for the hell of it, you've got so much privilege on top of just existing that in a lot of circumstances, people who have that much privilege need to find circumstances and wealth privilege as well if they're like born into upper middle class or above or what have you. They have to come up with things to be upset about a lot of the time, right? They have to find a circumstance, and it leads to petty things like this person disagreed with me, this person's ideology doesn't align with mine and they attacked me for it. All of those kinds of things, they end up feeding into that negativity and using that to fuel existing prejudice they may have towards those groups that do not have privilege, that are calling them out for their privilege or things of that nature, Am I making sense? I think I'm making sense. I know a bit about privilege. Anyways. What the fuck are you doing, IP hacker? Have we got a mod in chat to, mute this person for a minute? Chill out, would you? We're not talking about that. Chill. Relax. Let's put this back on purple. Purple, thank you. Anyways, that's the thing that I've primarily noticed. You got a 1 second timeout and then a 600 second timeout. Chill out! Fucking Christ, dude. I'm talking. You can listen. Not having arachnophobia is a privilege. I mean, I won't lie, it is. I have a pet spider. I don't have arachnophobia. And there are a lot of people who do have arachnophobia. And as a result, I have the privilege of bravery against spiders. Just listening. I hope that you're enjoying what I'm rambling on about. And that's kind of what I was getting at with the Israel Folau thing, which unfortunately they cut the segment out about privilege. About him going on about, having a whinge about being a persecuted Christian, which is absurd and laughable. What I think these people with privilege should do? Use their privilege to spark outrage, not on their behalf, but on behalf of the people who don't have privilege. And there are some people who do. There are genuinely people who do use the privilege they do have. That is, to say, typically wealth privilege and the privilege of being born into an audience. Like, there are certain famous people who are generationally famous. If you click on certain people's Wikipedia profiles, you look at their parents' listings. If their parents are blue, they are already a privileged person. And if you can find someone who's had the decency as someone born into fame and wealth to take the platform they are basically given without having earned it, and they use that platform to talk about serious social and cultural issues, then that's a positive. They're still very privileged in that regard, in whatever privileges they may have, but using it as a positive to uplift people who do not have those advantages in life is great. Like Ozzy Osbourne's Dreadful Children, yeah. Excuse me. Too many people try to control others' lives when they should just focus on their own and leave people to live theirs. We ain't here for a long time, so I wasted trying to hurt others. Bingo! Like Christians, Muslims, etc. wouldn't do that to someone, but you'll find psychos in every religion that think there's actually talking full-on convos with God like we just talk now on Twitch. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, unfortunately, religion is one of those institutions where it's incredibly easy to coerce people into believing what you believe, especially if you're someone within a religious institution who has power. If you're one of those people who may be a pastor among a community or what have you, immediately you've got the... I keep saying privilege, but I'm going to say it again. Immediately you have the privilege of people are going to be coming to church and listening to what you have to say, and your own personal biases are going to influence the things that you say at that podium, and as a result, what you say at the podium is going to influence the opinions of the people listening to you, right? So that can be very, very dangerous, and it's very, very easy for someone who wants to seek power and manipulation and control over a large number of people to use an institution such as religion, because there are already so many people who are, I'm going to say uneducated, unfortunately. I'm going to say uneducated, who will look to religion as their one sign of understanding the world. And then, you know, it's easy to manipulate those people who don't have a broader understanding of the world into whatever it is you want to tell them, convince people to believe whatever it is you want to believe. You know, it is the duty of the strong among us to protect, not an Among Us reference, Among Us, Amogus. It is the duty of the strong among us to protect and provide for those not as strong. An individual who doesn't have all the advantages should have their weaknesses covered by the rest of us. Humans have the potential to, as a whole, be a powerful, united group, but we're stuck fighting each other and punching down, and it gets us nowhere. Yes, indeed. Which is, you know, that reads very socialist, if I'm looking at it correctly. Aunt is one of those types that thinks she hears God, meanwhile I just kind of monologue at him. If it works, you know. Amogus. Not an Among Us reference. Good lord. One benefit of coming out as translator as an adult is that you've gotten to witness the rapid change in my level of privilege that I had enjoyed for most of my life. I would not have the job I do now or live how I do without benefiting from presenting as cishet. Knocks the whole concept of self-determination down a peg for you. Yeah. Do I like Big Les show? I haven't seen it. Or are they a person? Them? Haven't seen them? I don't know. Where are we? Do I like Draco Malfoy? Oh, you're talking to Draco. Overly privileged cunt. I am a villain. I'm contractually obligated to monologue for at least 15 minutes a day. Got distracted by the new H Bomber Guy drop. Should we watch it? Are we allowed to watch it? Is there any DMCA-able stuff in it? I kind of want to watch it. Are we allowed to? Are we allowed to watch H Bomber Guy's new video? I think it'd be good. I think it'd be pog. And then if we have time after we come back... of course it's brilliant. It's H Bomber Guy. Why wouldn't it be? I fully expect that. Oh, it's an hour and 44. Harris. Listen, mate. I don't have an hour and 44 minutes. You can't do... I mean, I do. I'm streaming till mid... Oh, no, I don't actually. I've got an hour and 14 minutes. And I'm taking another break in 15 minutes. So... How about... No, we can't do tomorrow. Next week? We can watch it next week? Are you okay with that? Listen to it at 3 times speed. If you want to type Callahandir, type !Rogue in chat, if you would kindly. Would you kindly? Supposedly he talks about his asshole in it. Wankfield is on my bucket list of people to punch in a video game. As long as fuck about vaccines. Yeah, it's a good topic. I'd like to cover it. It'd be good to watch that video. There we go. I'm the host of the Rogue Room. Pronouns she, her. She's a streamer, YouTuber, fitness fanatic, out and proud trans woman, an absolute expert on all things Dark Souls. Should we talk Dark Souls for a minute? Who wants to talk Dark Souls? Who wants to talk Dark Souls for a minute? Oh, hey, I noticed we hit our daily sub goal. Fucking Pog. Thank you so much. You fuckers. Oh, I am a god at Dark Souls. Are you kidding me? I love that game. I've done a sub 2 hour speedrun. Which is not that impressive in the grand scheme of things, but it's a sub 2 hour non-glitch speedrun. You know, getting from the beginning of the game to Gwyn, I think is pretty impressive. Never gotten past the first boss in Dark Souls 3. Yudix Gundyr is pretty hard, honestly, for a first boss. But I suppose they've changed up the way the combat works. If you play Dark Souls 1 and then you go to Dark Souls 3, there's a pretty significant shift in particularly the speed of the game. I think Bloodborne certainly influenced the production of Dark Souls 3 in a lot of ways. So here we go. Let's have a look at this instead. Has a worse take than the King of Pride one. We'll have a look at this in a moment. There's a cartoon show made by an Australian with Microsoft Paint. It's hilarious. You're from Scotland, and every time you hear the accent, you instantly think of that show. Oh, I see. Alright, let's have a look at this.
Thoughts on Clark Kent being black? Guys, get ready.
This is a 17-minute video. Okay, let's have a look.
Ready for my anti-SJW take, okay? Are you guys ready for it? Stop making white superheroes black, make black superheroes, and then give them the attention they need to become fan favorites, okay? Because nobody buys this shit, okay? And it's kind of fucking insulting. Like, alright, here's our fucking big BLM moment. Now Superman's black, congratulations. Like, alright, cool, I mean, whatever, it's not like a big deal. Just like, why not focus on having black superheroes that mean something?
Okay, when off the bat, is that a bad take? Genuinely. I mean, in terms of what's it called? Casting in a movie, I think it doesn't matter as much. Miles Morales is his own character. That's the thing. Miles Morales is Miles Morales Spider-Man, not Peter Parker. You know? Resident Evil Village, I haven't played it yet. At some point I will. I want to play Resident Evil 7 and 8 together as a back-to-back. I do agree with the idea of... Yeah, it's not really an anti-SJW take. I do agree with the idea of make more black superheroes and more people of color superheroes in general who are their own characters, rather than just effectively slap a Fortnite skin on it. However, the thing about the superhero genre is... or the comic book genre in general is, it's so malleable. Literally, Spider-Man has a variant from another universe called Spiders-Man, where it's a million spiders who think they're Peter Parker in a suit. Quite literally. Like, the thing about comics is you can do that kind of shit, really. They are that malleable. He went about this in the most ham-fisted and bigoted way possible, but he has a point. Need more superheroes who are not just race-swapped white ones. Yeah. Don't just palette swap existing heroes, create new ones who represent... Like, this is the thing, if you have a character... This is gonna sound kind of bad, actually. But if you create a character who effectively represents the white college kid experience, and he's a superhero, for example, and then you just make him black, that kind of takes away from adding the black experience to that character. As opposed to if you created a new black character who had that experience in there. It'd be like if we took a character who was uniformly known as cisgender, as to relate this to myself and to a significant chunk of my audience, and then they just one day said this character is trans without any indication whatsoever, or they just they retconned the character to be trans without any indication whatsoever, then I think that would be a bit asinine to do so. Look at Cyborg in Doom Patrol versus either Justice League movie. I have to look at Doom Patrol. I've heard good things. I've heard it has what's-he-name in it. So Spider-Man has a Mirrorverse alter ego, which is 100 rats in a transcode. Probably. There aren't many characters I can think of that have just been race swapped or gender swapped. Not big ones anyway. Miles is Miles, Sam is Sam, Jane was Jane. They just took on the Spidey cap and Thor man. Oh no, I've undone this. I've undone my bow on my little glove. Anyway, you retconned as trans. I suppose, yeah, true. But like what I'm saying is, you have a character who's got, say, an entire history as just a cis character, and then all of a sudden they just come out of nowhere and say they're trans based on nothing. But yeah, like I think you got a point there, Pippin. There isn't really a situation. There isn't really a whole lot of a situation where they've taken an existing character specifically and changed their race. I think what Vorsh is responding to was there was a black actor on Twitter proclaiming it'd be great if they did a black Superman, right? I'm guessing that's what he's responding to. And yes, please give us a Storm movie. We know that the MCU has got the mutants now. And I think in the case of Superman, though, it's kind of that situation where it's not gonna matter because Superman is from an alien race. They could very easily just retcon all the representations of other what are they called? Kryptonians has been white people in the movies that I've seen, at least. I might be wrong. So there's nothing to say they couldn't retcon the Kryptonians to have black skin, for example. X-Men has been utterly mishandled for so long. They have been. Anyway, let's continue listening to this because I'm spewing my own takes instead of listening to this one.
We've been cycling the same fucking character drain for 80 billion years now. You'd come up with something new.
Yeah.
What about Miles Morales? I was okay with Miles Morales because I felt like it really worked in the context of the story. I felt like, also, man...
Well, yeah, again, Miles Morales is an original character. He's not just... It's not like they've just made Peter Parker black. Miles Morales is his own character who is a black Puerto Rican. Like, Puerto Rican African-American. And he has his own history and he's got his own culture that relates to that culture. So it gives that representation, which is a good thing. The take Vorsh is saying a sketch feels like a way to sneak in a poor taste and attack a strawman. It may well be. Did it with Nick Fury, who was a white guy, then they made Sam Jackson Ultimate Nick Fury. Well, that's true. That's true. How big of a character was Nick Fury, though, originally? I know he had his own line of comics, and he had his own movie at some point. But here's the important thing, I think, about this kind of discussion, is how much does a character's ethnicity have an effect on them as the character that they are portraying? Really think about that for a moment. Not being sarcastic. How much does the character's ethnicity impact on their character design, do you think? If you could take a particular superhero and change their ethnicity, how much is that going to affect of their background as the character? Right? How much of the foundation that the character is built upon is that going to change? You know, I get the suspicion, like, if we just keep using Spider-Man as a reference, and again, we've had Black Spider-Man, and it's a different original character, and I do appreciate that. But would say Peter Parker's specific upbringing, if you were to change his race, would that be affected significantly? Look at DC Titan Starfire versus Teen Titan Starfire. What is the difference there? I'm not quite sure what the difference is there. Because I've only ever seen bits and pieces of Teen Titans, and I've never seen DC Titans. Black Panther is really the only one who requires a certain ethnicity? I don't necessarily think so. Character is vastly different. Backstory, not much, I see. Same argument that black people shouldn't be in period films. Have no idea what you're referencing with Shakespeare or David Copperfield. Nick Fury and his Howling Commandos was one of the first Marvel patriotic comics from 1941. Which is interesting because the Howling Commandos and Captain America were, well, Nick Fury obviously wasn't there. I heard they were going to do something with the Howling Commandos in the expanded cinematic universe. But I think there are certainly other characters who have who their ethnicity does affect who they are to an extent. Like, for example, could you do Black Panther's whole deal is that he's an African prince from an advanced industrial nation that was never colonized. Yeah. In the same vein, could you make Iron Man black for the same reason? Or would that affect the story? Would that affect the foundation of the character? And what's stopping them from just creating... I mean, actually, they did do, effectively, a black Iron Man character later on. He was black in the comics for a while. They changed him because Samuel L. Jackson wanted to... I think Samuel L. Jackson wanted to play Nick Fury, or Marvel wanted to do the Ultimate Comics Nick Fury to look like Samuel L. Jackson, and he said... They basically signed... I think they signed a contract with him that allowed them to use his likeness, provided that eventually they would allow him to play him in a movie. And obviously that panned out well for them. I don't know. Have I got the right idea here? I might be wrong. Let's continue. And no, not War Machine. I mean, there was a character who came in who was basically a successor to Iron Man, who was a college student, a black girl, who reverse engineered an Iron Man suit. And I think she goes by a different name now. She's not Iron Man, she's something else. And Ironheart, that's the one, yeah. See, like, I don't think legacy characters are a bad idea by any stretch. And even then, like, even changing the race of an existing character is not necessarily a bad idea, but I think there's certainly going to be a bunch of people who have very bad opinions if you just do that, if you just palette swap them.
I also feel like it works well for Spider-Man, too, I think.
Here's Spider-Man.
You know? Oh, yeah, sorry. To be clear, Miles Morales is a different person. He is not a black Peter Parker. Yeah, that's also a pretty big difference there. Also, I don't know, man. I feel like Spider-Man's kind of...
A funny thought. Iron Man vs. Superman, Man of Iron versus Man of Steel.
The mythos works a little bit, you know? Because Spider-Man is supposed to be... Oh, we had 1488 down there for a second. Spider-Man is supposed to be a, like, young, generally young, you know, like, inner city, Manhattan, like, you know, kind of dorky kid who, who's hated by the cops, you know? kind of an outcast from society, even though all he does
This is why we like Spider-Man ACAB. Spider-Man's ACAB. Well, he's not really. Spider-Man loves the cops.
is good. Sorry, Queens. I don't know. I don't know what New York boroughs are like. All right, shut up.
Yeah, I think you got a good point here, Pippin. Legacy characters are mostly what we have. This take by Vorsh is just arguing against something that doesn't happen much. And again, I think it comes back to that Twitter thread that I was talking about earlier. I can't remember for the life of me who it was. But yeah, there was a black actor who might have posted a Twitter video or might have just posted a tweet about the idea of them playing Superman in a movie. And I don't disagree with it. I mean, certainly, if they want to, if that's the route that at some point a studio's making a Superman movie and they want to cast a black Superman, then go for it. I don't see the problem. I forget who exactly the actor was. I can't for the life of me figure who it is. But they had like some little fan castings of who Superman would be, and even who Martha and Kent. What's the dad's name? I've forgotten the dad's name. And they were all going to be black actors. Where, I think that maybe where this argument is originating from is the concept of casting a black actor to play a traditionally white character. And I guess that has spurred into this idea of, rebooting the character as a black character or whatever. A bunch of nonsense. Which, again, we have legacy characters that just basically fill that role. You get a new character who is a fresh character, a fresh set of eyes wearing the suit, or whatever it is. Michael B. Jordan as Superman, that might be it. That might be who I'm thinking of. I'm not sure, actually. There are a lot of alpha nerds bitching about the casting for Death in Sandman. Who was cast as Death in Sandman? And there are people who've made the same sort of complaints against, like, casting of... what's his name in Thor? Guy with the sword who opens up the bridge. When, traditionally in the comics he was white and it didn't affect anything to change his skin color. Yeah, so you are pretty much right as like... Heimdall, that's what I'm thinking of. Legacy characters are mostly what we have. So it is effectively a fictional discussion. It's effectively a made-up argument almost based on a tweet, which is how these discourses tend to happen by and large, I've noticed. Is somebody will get pissed off about an issue that's not really an issue. Idris Elba, yeah, who is fantastic, by the way.
Yeah, it seems to me like someone could have the exact same background and the exact same vibe as Spider-Man to be black. However,
Yeah.
Superman is based off the Jewish golem.
Okay, he's what? I'm gonna need to hear the explanation for this one.
Like, it's a bit of a different thing. It's not that it had to be white to begin with. It's just, it's a century-old character.
What? I'm not 100% familiar with the Jewish golem thing. Can someone explain this to me so I might understand what the fuck he's talking about? He's based off Chinese mythology? Wait, which Chinese mythology? Are you thinking monkey? Is that what we're thinking of? Journey to the West? Superman was based off a German comic about an Ubermensch, which could be what he's getting at. I don't know. Make Superman green like all the other aliens. Just turn him into Martian Manhunter. Characters were overwhelmingly straight, white, and male up until ridiculously recently, coming up with bullshit reasons as to why older characters can't be diversified. I mean, that's a good point too, right? If you're going to play Superman, you have to look wholesome and cute, but buff as fuck. Yes, exactly.
Really? Yeah, really. You guys not know this? Jacob Geller has a video on this that you probably watched. Does it better than I do.
The Monkey
he talks
King.
about it better than I do. But it's fiction. Can't that type of stuff change? Wouldn't you rather have, like, celebrated black heroes? Wouldn't that be, like, way cooler? Instead of, like, oh my god, black Superman Funko Pops! Oh! Like, wouldn't it be way cooler to just have, like, black heroes? Wait, holy shit. Wait, how many are there? Every superhero is a golem and not just Superman? No, I think Superman is uniquely.
So what's the golem video? Big Funko is behind it. If you're gonna, oh yeah, we read that bit. The Monkey King. His creators were Jewish, I think, but you've never heard the Golem thing. Seems sus. I hate Funko Pops too, and I say that as somebody who collected Overwatch ones for a good while there. They now sit in a box, and the only ones that I have on my counter over there are Pharah from Overwatch and Ciri and Geralt, and that's it. Anyway, neither here nor there.
So, man, can you guys actually stop? Jesus.
Superman is a mix of the tale of Moses in origin and the Golem, which is a clay statue who avenges the Jews. I see. Vorsh just like saying shit. I'm completely lost at this point. About a Jewish mythology book from Russia a few hundred years ago, back from a time when Jewish people were being pogromed. Why
are you people saying Black Vosh? Did somebody post a meme? What about a POC assuming the mantle of an originally white superhero like Miles Morales, Green Lantern, Captain America, etc.? Okay. We're gonna have to go even more anti-SJW to really land this point. Okay? Let's,
That's obnoxious. Get that shit out of the way. Black Forge. Golem isn't about avenging Jewish people, just about protecting Jewish people. Think about how similar Dragon Ball Z is to Superman. Yeah, I know of that one. Yeah, certainly.
Let's get ready for it, okay? The reason why people keep doing this
oh my god, is that actually Vorsh? Yes, it is. Well, I mean, it's a video. Don't worry. I'm not actually talking to him.
Where they take white superheroes and make them black is because the racist-ass system is not willing to commit the time and resources necessary to promoting a character that is black in its totality. Sure, Miles...
I think I see what he's I think I see what he's making... Oh, fucking Christ. I think I see the point he's making there, in that the system doesn't want to promote an entirely black, entirely original character. I think I get the... no, I'm not live with him. Do you think I have the audience to co-stream with Vorsh?
Morales is the current Spider-Man, but Spider-Man in the broader cultural mythos, the broader perspective, mostly thought of as white, unless you're up and currently on the comics. Same with Superman. Always going to be thought of predominantly, first and foremost, by the vast majority of people as white. Same with Captain America. All of them. Okay? You know who won't?
Yeah, I get the point he's making there. Wish it wasn't him saying it. Dragon Ball is based on Journey to the West, which is a Chinese mythological story. Yes, indeed. Think of Superman as an alien, which, yeah, like to me, again, you can change Superman however you want, because he doesn't come from Earth. He doesn't come from he doesn't come from a human culture, technically speaking. He was raised in human culture, of course, but you could technically make Superman into whatever the fuck you want. You could make him as alien as possible and still have him be Superman at the end of the day. His points make sense, but they do have flaws still, yeah. Original stuff is too hard, so let's dredge up the creature from the Black Lagoon in a new Monsterverse. Hey Abigail, been loving your streams. Just wanted to add something here. I find it somewhat curious how people are more up in arms about black people being in these major superhero roles where you don't see mainstream uproar of traditionally ethnic groups such as Israeli actress Gal Gadot being Wonder Woman, or the recently cast first ever Latina Supergirl, played by a Latina actress Sasha Calle. I find it very sus how white passing people are treated compared to those who are black. I think I get the point you're making there. Yeah. It is rather interesting that they will take, effectively white passing, but still ethnic minority groups, ethnic minority people, in an attempt at diversifying, I suppose. But they're still doing so in a way that's palatable to a white audience. Is that what you're getting at? I think the first flying superhero was Shazam, and in the cartoon version, they moved it from Superman jumping from place to place in a single bound. There are big problems in that argument, though. It's very difficult to make a new hero and have people jump on board. Most of these characters are like 60 plus years old. Yeah. They have the name recognition. It's like, it's like me as a streamer, right? Somebody like Vorsh, or somebody like ContraPoints, or somebody like PewDiePie, or whoever, in terms of, the content creation space. If I reference some of these people in conversation, if I say, oh, you should watch this video by this big name creator, chances are they're likely to do so because they've already heard of that person and probably seen some of their content. Whereas if I say, oh, you should check out this video by this person who is an up-and-coming YouTuber or whatever, someone who's only getting like 500 views a video, are they necessarily going to watch it? They've never heard of this person. They have no idea if this person is any good, if their content's any good, but they've already got a preconceived notion of the other content creators that I might have mentioned. and they've already got that existent opinion of them. The first non-white Spider-Man was actually Japanese. Oh, true. I keep forgetting about Japanese Spider-Man. What is it? I'm an emissary from hell. That was fantastic. Natalie Portman is Israeli too. Did I say Miles Morales was the first non-white Spider-Man? I don't think I did. Natalie Portman is Israeli. I think Natalie was put in any movie because of her minority status. She's in movies because she's a star and fantastic actor. Yes, indeed. Now, Vorsh also needs to check his place. He's talking about issues in a rather less nuanced way because it doesn't affect him personally. That's absolutely right. Yeah, that's a good point to make. That, you know, he's taking very much an outsider looking in perspective, and so am I, in the grand scheme of things. I'm personally very much of the belief, but yeah, this is the problem. It's like, I'm very much of the belief that legacy characters are really good. I like the idea of legacy characters, of the idea of someone passing on the mantle to another character, but it does carry that issue of people already have a preconceived notion of what that character is, and it's going to be very difficult to shift the cultural opinion of that character away from Spider-Man being white, Superman being white, Batman being white, etc. You know, just because you pass the mantle on to a new character, I think the only real hugely successful mantle passing has been Miles Morales. And people still have this concept in their head of Peter Parker. And the modern trilogy of movies that Disney is doing is Peter Parker. Do I expect they may kill off Peter Parker at some point and replace him with Miles Morales? There's already been hints of them doing a Miles Morales in the MCU, so we may get that eventually. That's like the only example I can think of, though, where they've done that mantle passing and it's worked, and at least a fair chunk of people I've spoken to about Spider-Man, which doesn't come up often, honestly, a lot of people know who Miles Morales is. If I were to bring up any of the other legacy characters in conversation, then I dare say almost nobody is going to know who the fuck I'm talking about. I don't even, you know, unless you're into the comics in a deeper level, which I'm not. Sam Cap has been a pretty successful transition. Yeah, in some ways. But I think to a lot of audiences, that's still a relatively new thing because of like Falcon and the Winter Soldier and things of that nature. Like it's still a very new, very what's it called? Very early days kind of concept in a lot of fans' heads. If there was a trans green Captain America, you'd be hype, even though Marvel didn't take the time to make a new trans superhero. Yeah, Black Batman would be interesting, given Batman being the pinnacle of privilege. Oh, yeah. There's also the issue of when you have a white person and then an ethnic minority legacy character, you can get the issue of white saviorism. Indeed. According to a Silver and Bronze Age fan like me, the biggest gender change is Captain Marvel, who was a dude originally. That's still a legacy character situation, though, isn't it? Because Captain Marvel passed the mantle down to Ms. Marvel, who then became Captain Marvel because Captain Marvel died or what have you. But yeah, like originally Captain Marvel was a male character and then passed the mantle down. So that's a pretty early example of a legacy character, I think. Hang on. There's a Black Batman and Invincible. I mean, that's one thing, and I need to watch Invincible. I've heard it's good. You know, talking broadly about the most popular social mythos of DC and Marvel comics. Wasn't quite 100% sure. Oh yeah, the child, the cheese pizza takes. I don't want to say it out loud, honestly. It disturbs me to say it, to think about it. But yeah, the cheese pizza takes. I've heard those. He has a talent for framing his arguments in a way that seems appealing and logical, which is potentially dangerous, I will admit. Because it can coerce people into thinking things that they really shouldn't. Shall we continue with the video?
Black Panther.
Hi,
Black
Instagram
Panther,
Reels.
All right. It's the reason why they commit to this. It's a costume change that's low risk and low reward. It doesn't really solve the problem. And also, it just comes off as really cynical, too. You know? It just comes off cynical. People see through that, you know. Black Lives Matter happens, and, you know, all of a sudden we're getting, like, white superheroes, but now it's black people. Like, okay, like, we get it, okay. All these...
That's a bit of a cringe thing to say, not gonna lie.
Racial problems existed last year and a decade ago, but now they're a big social issue that actually draws in attention and time and money, so now you make the characters X and Y.
I mean, yeah, I see what he's getting at there. It does have an air of corporate... What's it called? Capitalizing on a social issue. Defends draw because it's not a real child. Oh, I didn't know of that. I didn't know that kind of stuff. Jesus. The only take I had heard, honestly, I did not know of the defending drawn CP thing. The only thing I'd heard until now was him defending, well, not defending necessarily, but saying that if you're okay with owning a gaming PC, for example, which is built off of resources that have been harvested by slave child labor, then you in some way have to morally reconcile the fact that that's just as reprehensible as the people who are producing child pornography. Oh, God, I said it. Oh, God, I want to brush my tongue. Oh, it escaped my lips. Ew. You know, that's the only take I'd heard from him about the CP thing, is that, you know, producing consumer wares that are built on slave labor is effectively the same level of moral reprehension, which is, you know, you could debate that all day. Anyway, he says it's just art. I believe some white Americans are just in major denial, speaking as an American who knows many. Reminds me of that whole Digibrony thing about lolly characters. Ugh, yeah. Any kind of lolly art, any kind of CP art, any of that kind of stuff just rubs me the wrong fucking way. Like, ew. What the fuck is wrong with this dude? He's got some very, very spicy takes. The unfortunate thing about Vorsh is that he's said quite a few good things about different topics, right? He's got good opinions on other things, but he's one of those people who's still got some reactionary takes, and he's got some very spicy takes on other things, which, you know, makes him not a centrist, but I suppose that's the issue with being an internet personality in a lot of ways, right? You've got eventually somebody with a platform is going to say something that makes a lot of people uncomfortable, even if they don't think what they're saying is the wrong thing. You know, he's got this very arrogant persona going for him, absolutely, and it feels wrong that he talks about these issues. I can understand that. I would like to see I'd like to see a person of color's actual opinions on these takes, because again, it's a white person responding to a white person talking about an issue that affects. Shut the fuck up, Pippin. This is a white person reacting to a white person's take on an issue that affects people of color, essentially. But yeah, that thing, the cheese pizza thing, as a parent primarily, really fucking disturbs me. Like Doe said, I like everything about Vorsh apart from his politics. I can understand that. His shit takes just tarnishes any decent views he has. Yeah, exactly. And I think this is going to be maybe a particularly spicy take. I know the reason that he streams is so that he can, and like he's pretty bad at this. He's pretty bad at this. I know the reason that he streams, and part of the reason I stream, and part of the reason I do this particular thing, is you can put takes out into the world live, and somebody can debunk you, and somebody can prove you wrong, somebody can argue your point, and change your mind, right? And I think that is a very positive thing in regards to political content creation, in regards to social commentary, is to, you know, if you make a video, the only way somebody can debunk you is either they make a response video or they comment on the video. But if you're making a point to the audience and you're in control and all of that kind of thing, you don't really have much of that interactivity with the audience. And as a result, you can just espouse whatever opinions you want in a recorded format, and nobody can snap back at you immediately. By the time the video's out and by the time the video's reached its audience, chances are the ideas from that video are already in the heads of the viewer. You know, you've already coerced people. Whereas if you're in a live stream situation, there is more of an opportunity for other people, especially in chat. You're on my screen right now. You know, this is recorded. This is all going to be tracked later on, and I upload my VODs, so they're permanently available on my offline YouTube channel. So if I say something that you people disagree with, if I say something that you lovely folks disagree with, and you decide to disprove me and decide to show me evidence that I'm wrong, fantastic. Then the content can shift in that way, and it's dynamic. So with that regard, I think there's some positivity there. I look like a 45-degree angle. I'm hella acute. Thank you. POC, and I think both things should happen. Some legacy characters would be great as POC, and creating more original POC characters would help develop and diversify the superhero universe. Exactly. Agreed. Yeah, this is live. This is not pre-recorded. Black person with thoughts on it, but I also disagree with the mainstream push for representation because I think it prioritizes profit and performance over telling good stories. There's a good point to be made there, certainly. But is that not the case with everything, realistically? When they put out a new superhero movie that features a white male cisgender heterosexual protagonist, is that not really still prioritizing profit and performance? You know, appealing to the broad audience who are watching it, you know. Does he often change his mind or admit he's wrong, though? I'm not sure. I think there have been a few times I've seen in his videos, at least, where he's said something more phrased as a question, somebody's brought up an argument against him, and he has had this moment of like, oh, is that how it is? But I haven't seen it too often. Anyways, feel that because you think the same happened and keeps happening with LGBT representation, just watch it. Pride Month, the companies want to make some coin off us again. Yeah, exactly. Forget who, but someone in the chat mentioned earlier, creating artificial reasons for these characters not to be black is kind of shitty. I agree with that. Yeah. Live interactions equals live refutation. True. For the most part. Is this the Black Superman thing? Yeah, it is. War Machine. I was wondering, Abigail, what do you think of that one controversy that happened with Scarlett Johansson when she wanted to play a trans person when she is a cis woman? Which movie was... Oh, did she just want to play a trans person and never actually got cast as it? There was enough backlash to not make it happen. Oh, there we go. That answers that question. I should have kept reading. But of course, she did eventually race swap for Japanese in the live-action Ghost in the Shell. Yeah, I'm still left incredibly... as someone who liked what I've seen of Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, I do need to watch Ghost in the Shell, the movie, at some point. But the thing that annoys me, the thing that rubs me the most the wrong way about all this is they didn't just change... They didn't just cast Scarlett Johansson as a Japanese character. They cast Scarlett Johansson as Major Mira Killian. They didn't cast her as Major Motoko Kusanagi. They cast her as Major Mira Killian. They changed the character's race. And for that reason, I haven't seen Ghost in the Shell, but I don't want to because it just seems like a very, very cynical take on it. And actually, 420, you've just brought up a very relevant point. We'll come back around to that, though. Works in theory, but Vorsh was handing out bans when people didn't agree with his kink take. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the problem as well. It's like, if you have people in chat, if you have people in chat who are perhaps being too contrarian to your opinion and you don't like the backlash that you're receiving, then, of course, you and your moderators have the power to shut that whole thing down. Anyway, where were we? Do we want representation at any cost, or do we want to wait for good representation that may never come? Good point, Bernard. Very good point. But yeah, that is the benefit of streaming, crowdsourcing and crowd control. Yes, I'm really, by the way. Welcome to the Rogue Room. It is the case with everything, which is why you're not super invested in the superhero conversation. Most of it is just propaganda in the first place. It is. 100%. Thank you for giving a heck, Draco. Just better get our stuff straight. They race swap most of the characters in that movie. Yeah, exactly. Which is, again, very fruitless. You know what I think is a good representation? A good movie for representation, even though it's not the best movie in the world. But Mortal Kombat is certainly faithful to the source material in the way that it casts its characters, I think. I feel it does. All the characters, all their races, their backgrounds are all portrayed by actors from those backgrounds. So that's pretty cool. The Twitch tags that are based on race, I think it's a good thing. Honestly. I think it's a good thing. Because it allows people from those communities to find people from their communities. It's the same with the gender tag, same with the sexuality tag, same with anything really. You know, if you're looking for someone within that particular community, it's the same as looking for a streamer who's doing speed runs of Dark Souls, for example. If you want to watch someone doing a speedrun of Dark Souls because you're in the speedrunning Dark Souls community, well then you go and search in the Dark Souls category and you look for speedruns, right? You look for any percent runs or anything like that. It's the same exact kind of thing, right? There are, identity is content in its own way, in the way that we seek people who are like us. The reason I have the transgender tag now, the reason I have the LGBTQIA plus tag right now, the reason I have the Australian tag right now is because I want people who are like me to find this stream. I want them to find a comfortable place to come and hang out. When am I going to stream Dark Souls? Good question. I've been strongly contemplating either doing Dark Souls, Bloodborne, or Minecraft. Again, actually, shockingly, I did want to do a Minecraft stream soon. Weirdly, here's me thinking I'm completely burned out on it. The Black Superman character has existed in the comics for years, just racists yelling again. So, which, I didn't know that. Can you show me some evidence of that? Did I see Dallas Buyers Club as Jared Leto played a trans woman in the movie based on a real person who died in the 80s AIDS epidemic? No, I did not. I didn't know that. Been quite a lot of cis actors playing trans characters. Hilary Swank in Boys Don't Cry. Don't know how to feel about it because some performances have been pretty good, but maybe outdated nowadays. I understand that, yeah. It's very, a very tricky area, very tricky road to traverse, I think. Especially, and don't get me wrong, like, trans actors are getting more of a chance at things. Abigail Thorne is starring in, I think, a serial remake of an older movie. I've forgotten what. She announced it recently, which is pretty cool. Anyway, hoping Henry Cavill will be cast as James Bond, but that's just just your thirsty self talking. Well, I mean, he's being cast in a remake of Highlander, so there's something. It was an odd choice. I think you read Japanese audiences were relatively fine with it, though. The thing that I've heard about the Japanese, they took the brain of a Japanese activist and put it in the ScarJo body. Oh, I see. So they explained it. Still, pretty, sounds like a cop-out. I think the thing that I've heard, interestingly, about the Japanese culture is that they very much like when other cultures embrace their culture. So if a Japanese person sees you wearing a kimono, they're excited about it, to see someone who's not typically from their culture. They really like when other people embrace their culture. And in that regard, I think that might be why the audiences would have enjoyed, I guess, White Ghost in the Shell. I may be wrong there. White guys are upset there is no white tag. I mean, is there? I suppose there probably would be a specifically black tag, wouldn't there? Is there? I know they've added a bunch of bunch of national tags, ethnicity tags. Oh yeah, they're the black community, which in its own way is kind of the same thing as them having a Bhutanese tag, a Bermudian tag. Because the black community in America, for example, primarily, I would say, but I dare say, international black people would be able to use that tag as well, obviously. But in the specific case of the black community in America, the reason that they call themselves the black community is because a lot of people do not realize, they don't have the same kind of, what's it called, cultural knowledge of where they specifically come from, which is an atrocious thing. Do you need a white tag? No, you do not. Yeah, I was going to say, do white people have a hard time finding each other on this platform? Fuck no. Look at the front page of this fucking website. Jake Gyllenhaal. Jake Gyllenhaal's alright on occasion. Elizabeth Taylor was Cleopatra. Jake Gyllenhaal was Prince of Persia. Yeah, cringe. Front page for a decade, yeah. The white tag, it's called Twitch.tv. Oh, fuck. Mainland Japanese people don't have the same experience with white supremacy that the Japanese diaspora has. Jared Leto won an Oscar for that, for the hetero allies. I think they just try too hard, and in the process they shut out the real authentic ones. That is very much a representation problem in media. It is a unique culture and community due to their history, white not so much. Yeah, precisely. That's what I was trying to get at, is like, there's a lot of solidarity among the black community in America due to simply not knowing their specific cultural heritage, due to reasons that I feel like you can pretty well infer without me explaining them. Can we talk about how fucking ridiculous it is that people were mad about Femme Doctor Who? The way that character works makes it super unlikely that every regeneration will be male, and Jodie Whittaker is GOAT level. Yeah, people are always going to complain about that. I feel like, amusingly, excuse me, I feel like amusingly, what was I going to say? Doctor Who strikes me as the kind of thing, the kind of media, what's it called? The kind of intellectual property that would have a very progressive seeming audience, and yet at the same time, the moment you change something that makes that audience just the teeniest bit uncomfortable, like female Doctor Who, they lose their fucking minds at it, you know? Why would you assume black or Latin people have a hard time finding each other? Like really Jay has said, it's 80% white people on Twitch. Yeah, I think it's well worth there being a black tag on this platform, certainly. But there is no need for a white tag on here. Definitely not. Again, I have the Australian tag because I think Australians would enjoy my content. They would enjoy stopping by and chilling with another Aussie because that's a bit different. It's that same sort of... Is Australian an ethnicity? There's a thought. Yeah, definitely had a super hard time finding trans people on Twitch because everybody and their mamas were all cooped up in the LGBTQIA tag for so long. Exactly. It's a time zone. Effing Brits. This is the thing about ethnicities, though, right? Ethnicity is a type of identity. I've been learning about this, and I'm trying to reconcile everything that I've learned. I'm trying to remember all of it. The fact or state of belonging to a social group that has a common national or cultural tradition. I think broadly speaking, then yeah, Australia would. This is the thing though, as Australia itself is a very multicultural nation, and there are people from all different kinds of ethnicities who call themselves Australian, but there is still specifically a national and cultural identity associated with being an Aussie. In that regard. Ethnicity encompasses cultural factors such as nationality, so that falls in there. Tribal affiliation, religion, language, and traditions of a particular group. Like, I think with regards to the ethnicity of Australia, if we were to use that argument, of Australians, and I think it could be broadly described as... Let me think for a moment. Hard to find Aussies because of the time difference. Well, yeah, true. I'm just trying to think. Like, there are certainly cultural institutions that feel specifically Australian. Do the Indigenous Australians call themselves Australian? You'd have to ask them, to be honest. This is an interesting thing. As far as I have read, Indigenous Australians do not have a name for Australia because they didn't name the landmass. They named certain areas of the land, but they never named the whole country. It was certainly Indigenous land, most certainly, but they never named the country of Australia. They never gave it its own name. But I live in a certain... I'm not going to say which, because if I say which portion of Indigenous land I live on, you could dox me, so I'm not going to do that. But I am aware of what Indigenous land I do live on. As a classic Doctor Who fan, we've seen lots of female Time Lords. Really, the problem I have is Chris Chibnall is a terrible writer. That's another problem that Doctor Who tends to have. But, like, for example, given that ethnicity is a conglomerate of things, it's not just where you're from. My...
Thank you for continuing your membership.
Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the tier 1. You legend. Given that, my family's origins come from England, Scotland, Wales, you could argue that perhaps I have some level of ethnicity that relates to that, and yet none of my cultural upbringing is ethnically English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh. Oh, I said Irish. I don't recall if there's Irish blood in me, but definitely Scottish, Welsh, and English. None of my specific cultural leanings throughout my upbringing have anything to do with that. The culture I was raised in was Aussie culture, so to speak. In primary school, early 90s, we were told by our entirely white teachers that the correct term for all Aboriginal was Koori, and I shrivel into a ball of cringe thinking about it. Koori is an actual word used by the Aboriginal people, though. I don't know if it's the correct term for all of them, though. There is an Aboriginal woman in one of my classes, but I think given that we're moving into semester 2, she might not be in my classes next semester. But I did want to ask her to come onto the stream to discuss Indigenous issues, which I may still be able to swing if she's available at any point. So that would be a fun stream. That would be an interesting stream to learn quite a bit, because she's very informed about that specific thing. She's got a lot to say on it, and I'd love to hear her thoughts. Not there yet, still on Capaldi, so I can't speak to the quality. Issue isn't white people, it's the concept of whiteness itself and perpetuation of white supremacy. Yes, exactly. Some Jewish people are white, but that's the point of you asking all these questions. White supremacy must die. Agreed. Can we get some, can I make that a chant? Oh, no. I can't make it. Fuck. I can't make that a chant. Dang it. There's actually an argument based on, did the ancestors of the Australian natives come by boat or cross the landmass from Asia? Yeah, that's an interesting discussion to have too. It's like one group of Aboriginal people. Yeah, I think the... Down with cis. Oh, here we go. So the Koori is a demonym for Aboriginal Australians from the approximate region now known as southern New South Wales and Victoria. The word derives from the indigenous language Awabakal. There we go. Heteros must go. Love the down with cis bus. Down with the cisness. Indigenous. Oh yeah, I keep saying, okay, I should correct myself because I've been pretty bad. Let's clarify something because I forgot this. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people find the term offensive as it suggests Aboriginal and Torres Strait, so native people, Indigenous people of Australia, did not. It suggests that Indigenous people did not have a history before European invasion because it is not written and recorded. It also denies a place for Indigenous people in history. This is kind of stupid in that it says it specifically uses the terminology Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people find the term offensive. It denies place for They keep using the term despite the fact that it is offensive. They clarify that it's offensive and then they keep using it. And I was using it before and I keep forgetting that. So please forgive me, folks. Yeah, down with the cisness. No bunyips as guests. Don't know, in America we don't get much news about Australia. Like we heard about your wildfires, but don't get much news from Australia. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of... Yeah, Aborigines is certainly a very cringe word, yeah. I actively do not use that one. First Nations is a good one. That's a good term. Indigenous people, I think, does apply. It does. I think that is okay. I'm not quite certain. I'll have to look into that. But yeah, there are a lot of cultural issues surrounding the Indigenous population in Australia. A lot of social issues surrounding that population of Australia. A lot of oppression here. They are treated atrociously. So, like there was a let me think. There was a case recently about miners. Was it miners? Or something. There was some group that was going to be doing something to the land. And it was affecting native land, First Nations land. Miners as in coal miners. I'm trying to get all the details correct in my head. There was some legality, and the only way that it could be stopped, the only way that the prevention of that land being desecrated basically could happen is if the company actually stopped themselves. Like there was some big lawsuit and the Indigenous people who were the original inhabitants of that land didn't have any right to step in and say, you can't touch this land, you can't deface this land. The only way that the process could be stopped was if the company legally said, we're in the wrong here and we're going to stop mining this territory. I'd have to find the specific details. But it was something like that, like the specific legality. Not just like the company had to go, oh yeah, no, we're not going to do it. It was actually written into law that the indigenous people did not have the right to shut it down, did not have the right to step in. They could argue against it, they protested against it, but they literally had no legal right to say, we own this land, this is our land that you're defacing for your mining operation. They just had no choice. That's a whole thing. I might be missing some details there, but generally you get the gist. Do I know of any specific tribe names in Australia? Yes, I do, but most of the ones I know are close to me, and thus I'm not going to say them out loud. Because, again, could get doxed. Because those areas pretty much coincide with suburbs and regions and things of that nature. So I'm not going to specify exactly the ones that I do know. I do know that Uluru is the name of that big rock in the middle of the country, which is effectively an indigenous sacred site. And it's hilarious to me that people were angry, white people were angry when they were not allowed to climb on it anymore. Anywho, should we continue watching Vorsh's not based black superheroes take, or do we want to move on? I can try to find some indigenous news if you'd like. Or I've got some Aussie news here. There's a bunch of stuff that I didn't touch on. We got through all of my queer news for the night. There's a thing. That's pretty fun. A white supremacist country disenfranchising First Nations. I know, shocking, right? What? Since when does that happen? Well, I've had the music turned off for the longest time now, so let's turn the background music back on, shall we? The tribes here are somewhat more open, but still guarded at the same time, yeah. Here we go. Next topic. Actually, like on a similar note to the black superheroes thing, here's a good story. This is kind of a feel-good story, which could be not necessarily our last story. We might be able to fit in one more, but Howard University will name its College of Fine Arts after Chadwick Boseman. 2 decades ago, Chadwick Boseman graduated from Howard University with a degree from the College of Fine Arts. Now that school will bear his name. Howard University announced Wednesday that its newly re-established College of Fine Arts will be named for the actor, one of its most famous alumni, as the Chadwick A. Boseman College of Fine Arts. When Boseman attended Howard, the school decided to integrate the College of Fine Arts into the College of Arts and Sciences. To the chagrin of Boseman and other students, the university said. In 2018, the university announced its plans to re-establish the school. Chadwick's love for Howard University was sincere, and although he did not live to see those plans through to fruition, it is my honor to ensure his legacy lives on through the Chadwick A. Boseman College of Fine Arts with the support of his wife and the Chadwick Boseman Foundation, said Howard University President Wayne A.I. Frederick in a statement. The college isn't just getting a new name. Bob Iger, executive chairman of the Walt Disney Company, is also set to fundraise for a new building and endowment for the college. Among his numerous other roles, Boseman was known for playing King T'Challa in Disney's Black Panther, which broke box office records when it was released in 2018. Chad fought to preserve the College of Fine Arts during his matriculation at Howard and remained dedicated to the fight throughout his career, and he would be overjoyed by this development, the Boseman family said in a statement. His time at Howard University helped shape both the man and the artist that he became, committed to truth, integrity, and a determination to transform the world through the power of storytelling. Actress and singer Felicia Rashad, known most commonly for her work on The Cosby Show, is set to be the dean of the college, the university announced earlier this month. Boseman died last August at 43 years old following a 4-year struggle with colon cancer. A beloved figure, his death sent shockwaves throughout the country. Oh my god, I can't read. The South Carolina native graduated from Howard in 2000. There we go. Hello, Moo Cow. How you going? R.I.P. Chadwick. R.I.P. Chadwick. We're just going to keep spamming chants, apparently. Took you a bit to find me due to the name change. I'm sorry. I promise this is the last time that I am changing my screen name. I promise you this is the last time that Abigail Beck is changing her screen name. This is it. This is where we're at now. Okay? We're not doing any more of these. I didn't like Rogue BX. It meant nothing to me. Found a YouTube news link you might like. Send it to me. Rest in power, Chadwick Boseman. Does anyone else not believe this is the last name change? Okay, let's... Oh, okay. I have an article about this very story. Alright, let's have a look. I think this is the same story. Court find that Liverpool police officer Mark Follington was implausible and flimsy.
Police officer has been found guilty of assaulting a transgender woman at a
Yep.
Liverpool pub
This is the
2
story.
years ago. A court has found Mark Follington's evidence was implausible and flimsy. His job is now on the line.
Good.
It's the unlawful arrest a court ruled the police had no power to carry out. The victim, Anya Bradford, was forcefully pushed, tasered and pepper sprayed. Senior Constable Mark Anthony Follington argued the 25-year-old trans woman looked suspicious and didn't hand over her ID.
Okay. Stop for a second. What is this imaginary lat syndrome bullshit, you bitch? Look at the way this dickhead is walking. Can I say, as someone who actually lifts, that is a bitch mode walk he's doing there. Trying to look fucking tough, swinging your shoulders. Sit down, you pussy.
Hand over her ID. He told her she was under arrest and blocked her from leaving a Liverpool pub. The defendant had no reason to arrest her or had no reason to suspect she had committed any offence.
Based.
Follington later falsified a police report and charged Anya with assaulting officers and resisting arrest.
Cringe.
The court ruled the senior constable created a false narrative. He did so with intent to mislead a judicial tribunal. Follington was found guilty of 5 charges, including assault and tampering with evidence.
We're so pleased with today's decision. Not all police are bad, but the ones that
No, that's incorrect. Every cop's bad. ACAB.
are not doing what they should be doing legally, well then they should be held accountable.
Senior Constable Follington was...
ACAB. Is it a crime not to identify yourself? Yeah, like there's a certain thing that you can say to police, and if they can't answer the question, like they have no reason to arrest you. Right? It's like you can ask them, "Am I under arrest? Am I being detained?" And if they answer no to both of those questions, 1312. Hey, we can chant 1312. Fuck yeah. If they have to answer no to both of those questions, if they have no reason to arrest you, you're free to go. You don't have to identify yourself. Wonder why a trans woman would be hesitant to out herself to a hostile cop. Yeah, crazy, right? She looks suspicious to me, so I demanded she do something I have no power to demand of her, and thus I committed a horrific crime. In other words, cops lie, yes.
was suspended from the New South Wales Police Force in 2019 after an internal police investigation was launched into his actions. He will return to court in July for sentencing and is facing time behind bars.
Good.
Tonight, his position in the force is under review. Miley Hogan, 7 News.
Good. Fuck him. Send him to prison. Send him to prison. More cops in prison, please. More police in prison. And we've got more of that story here. We could have a look at some details here, because I did have an article about this very thing. Yeah, there's even more. I think it's all the same details, though. She managed to leave the hotel before the 2 officers chased her down the street and into the parole office. So when asked for ID, she told police she didn't have any and then told them to fuck off before walking toward the exit. CCTV shows Follington first grabbed her arm before a brawl broke out and he slammed her head into an ATM. Ms. Bradford was not subject to an arrest warrant. Constable Brown tasered and pepper sprayed Ms. Bradford before Follington continued to attack her in the foyer. Despite pleading not guilty to all charges, Follington admitted falsifying police records, which are a crucial part of judicial proceedings. Love her spunk. The charges, which included assaulting a police officer against her, the charges against her, by the way, were dropped the next day. Told you had to ID yourself to cops? No, you do not. You do not need to ID yourself to cops. Ask them, are you being arrested? Are you being detained? And if they say no, leave. You have no reason to stay there. Of course, could lead to this. This anchor's accent is different, like she says pepper spray. It is a regional thing, I've noticed. She strikes me as someone with a bit of a haughty upper class kind of accent. That's the vibe I got from the way she speaks. Like, she very much strikes me as someone who's come from a more upper middle class background, inner city kind of, maybe not inner city, but like suburbs that are local to the city in a way. There's a lot of like, it's hard to explain what I mean. But there are certainly regional accents in Australia, and that's one of them. Oh yeah, we read that bit. Ms. Bradford did not attend court today, but her mother, Elizabeth Bradford, said her daughter will be celebrating. Fucking Pog. Go celebrate. Was it Anya? Anya Bradford? I don't know. Either way. Yeah, Anya Bradford. Go fucking celebrate, Queen. Go off. Victory. Follington, 60s, will find out if he will face jail time when he is sentenced on July 26th. Elizabeth Bradford said her daughter believes she was unfairly targeted because she is transgender. No kidding. No fucking kidding, mate. Hope that all the other police officers take note and maybe be retrained in being a bit more sensitive to mental health and trans people out there, and colour and race, and treat everyone the same. Good luck with that. Fingers crossed. This is Australia where this happened, yes. This happened back in, I think, 2019. This particular story. Always taught to show ID because cops are racist and will find any reason to harass people of colour. True. Did this happen in New South Wales as well? Good Lord. What is wrong with my state? Yes, this happened in New South Wales. Good Lord. I mean, I can't be shocked, honestly. Yeah, this is Australia where this happened. Was going to another tab and like, did they fucking say trains? Came back and say, nope, no. Did they say fucking trains? Can't say I've done much of that. Never fucked a train in my life, honestly. Sorry to disappoint if anyone was hoping I had. Anyway, New South Wales. Yeah, they do that. Cops are fucked, mate. Can we get some cops are fucked in chat? We can't make that one a chant because it says fucked. But Jesus, I fucking hate police. Trains though. Juicy, thick trains. A cab. And as a final note, as a final A cab note, let's put this one out there as our final story of the night. Sorry to end on a negative note. God damn it. Sorry to end on a negative note, but police declare a riot in Portland as protesters mark 1 year since George Floyd's death. Police declared a riot in Oregon's largest city on Tuesday night as a demonstration to commemorate the 1 year anniversary of George Floyd's death spiraled into chaos. We don't need to watch that video. Hundreds of people gathered outside the Multnomah County Justice Center in downtown Portland on Tuesday evening. Some individuals were wearing helmets and carrying gas masks, umbrellas, and backpacks. As the crowd chanted, "Burn the building down!" some people lit a dumpster on fire and pushed it up against the Justice Center, while others vandalized the building with graffiti, according to the Portland Police Bureau. Police officers warned the crowd that the gathering was now considered an unlawful assembly and that those who continued engaging in criminal activity would be subject to arrest and use of force. Some individuals in the crowd threw frozen water bottles, glass bottles, eggs, metal spikes, and mortar-style fireworks at the officers, police said. The crowd then marched to the nearby Portland City Hall, where some individuals smashed windows. Police declared the unlawful assembly a riot at around 10 p.m. local time and ordered the crowd to disperse. But the crowd continued wandering through the downtown area, blocking traffic in the streets, breaking windows of various businesses, and damaging other property, according to police. Slowly, as the number of people in the crowd became smaller and smaller, they began to spread out, fight amongst themselves, and light occasional trash can fires, the Portland Police Bureau said in a statement early Wednesday. People within the crowd were overheard saying the night was a success. Pog. Yeah, this is just what the cops say. They could make up whatever they want. Officers made several targeted arrests, and by midnight the crowd had dwindled down to a few dozen people, according to police. 5 people, ranging in age from 21 to 30, were booked into jail on various charges, including criminal mischief, riot, and arson, police said. Hello, Canadian Brunch. How are you going? Welcome in. What's going on? I hope you're well. Tuesday marked 1 year since a Minneapolis police officer killed Floyd, a 46-year-old unarmed black man. Interesting. Tuesday marked 1 year since a Minneapolis police officer. They didn't reference him by name. Curious. Very curious. A bystander filmed the white officer kneeling on Floyd's neck for several minutes as 3 other officers stood by while Floyd could be heard saying, "I can't breathe." The incident in Minnesota sparked widespread outrage, anti-racism protests, and calls for police reform across the United States and around the world. Portland became a national flashpoint in the protest movement. Demonstrations were held in the downtown area for more than 100 consecutive days last year, with many nights ending in violent clashes between protesters and authorities. In a statement acknowledging the one-year anniversary of Floyd's death, Portland Police Chief Chuck Lovell thanked those who have come in peace to join in driving efforts to bring about positive change. The Portland Police Bureau has listened to calls for reform in policing and equity across all systems, Lovell said. The public servants of the Portland Police Bureau look forward to making closer connections and strengthening relationships as we work together to increase safety, equity, and peace in our city. We need to balance out the enforcement role we have with compassion and humility and recognize our shared humanity. A journey of police reform and change is a journey we are on together and having to aid each other along the way. Well, fingers crossed. They stage this shit all the time. Would not be surprised if the riot was planned by cops. I mean, it could well have been, for the sake of creating news, honestly. Would it shock me? Probably not. Probably not. Anyways. What are you doing back there, Step Engineer? What's going on, Step Conductor? Oh, the fucking trains thing. Because they're stripper cops. Oh, gosh. Police riot. Here we go. What do we got? Cops are corrupted. Watch any unsolved true crime in America and you'll find the police are 90% or more hiding the truth. Police riot is a riot carried out by police. More specifically, it is a riot that police are responsible for instigating, escalating, or sustaining as a violent confrontation. Which just happened during the original George Floyd protests, honestly. That's what we knew that happened. We knew there were agents provocateur amidst those crowds, making things more violent and making things, worse so they could justify arrests. It's absolutely provable. Anyway. My hair is getting caught in my collar. Live in a city where there were large BLM marches. What you saw was extremely peaceful and respectful. You real sus that the cops were the ones doing all the property damage. Really suspicious that it was the cops, or really suspicious that it wasn't the cops? I'm assuming you mean that it was the cops. It certainly strikes me as that being the case. Seen plenty of cops doing bullshitted actions. Dressed as regular folks. What amuses me so much is how there are undercover police officers. AP Harris, thank you for subscribing to my YouTube channel. I still don't know why those alerts are popping up. They shouldn't be. Anyway. That's really weird that it's still doing that. And thank you, Botwick. Always remember to be kind to yourselves and each other. You know what sucks is that I can't have my bot. I really think that Twitch should allow us to have a bot account on our channel that automatically has a subscription, so that we can have the bot post what's it called? Post like emotes and stuff in chat. Because now my bot can't contribute to like a hype message or anything if it has emotes or what have you. But anyway, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I can't have my bot like advertise subs. It's like, you could get these emotes, and then it would post the emote codes and nothing would pop up. Live in the country, cops who are just different, a different kind of corrupt. It's hard to explain. Some plain clothes and any uniform for that matter cops can achieve and get away with murder. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely they can. Because who's going to stop them? The police? It's a brotherhood. This is the problem. Police have this system of brotherhood and loyalty and all of that kind of thing. So if one cop does a bad thing, a lot of them feel compelled to not turn that cop in, despite the fact that it is a part of their responsibility as a police officer to turn in any corrupt cops. But at the same time, those corrupt cops run on a system of, we're a family here. We have our brand, our brotherhood loyalty, or whatever you want to call it. And yeah, what really amuses me is the fact that there's undercover police officers, undercover police cars, sorry. And I've seen them around this area, and what's incredibly amusing to me is that they are the kind of car that no one in this area would own unless it was an undercover cop car. It's such a flashy, clean, new, high-end, like, not sports car, but it's a car that no one in my area could afford. Honestly. The kind of cars you see typical civilians driving around. Just like, yeah, people are going to fall for that, you fucking dickhead. It's a really nice, crisp, new machine. Like a Holden... What did Holden make? I don't know what cars Holden makes, but it's like a new Holden that was released last year at the absolute most recent. I mean, at the absolute oldest, I suppose you could say. Did I happen to see a recent doco on the ABC about the Luna Park fire? Knew it was decades ago, but the police corruption was insane. No, I didn't, but I would like to watch that. That sounds pretty good. Masculinity's shit. Anyway, shall we consider for a moment? Let me just think. I'm just thinking. I'm just pontificating. I'm just contemplating for a moment. Give me a sec while I continue to do that. Oh my god. I could... Maybe not that person. I'm just looking at some things really quickly. Nuff. Call of Duty. Go fuck yourself. Blah, 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 blah. How about... There's someone playing Biomutant, and I've thought about looking at Biomutant because I've heard varying things about it. Who's live at the moment? I want live channels. I want to look at peer-to-peer.live. Yes, they are live. Okay, good. That helps. That's good. That's what I want. Alright. How's about we go to Jordan for tonight? Because that's an easy... Jordan's always an easy raid target because we like Jordan. And I haven't swung by Jordan's stream. It feels like in weeks. So let's do that. Let's go say hi to Jordan Raskopoulos. It was amazing. He's a fantastic, very entertaining streamer. Very entertaining comedian. Jordan is Pog. We like Jordan. And I will be live tomorrow for the first... they hit your DMs, but fuck them. Joey Lord JP, welcome to the road.
Thank you.
Ren,
for
thank you for
continuing your
subscribing
membership.
for 5 months. You fucking legend, you. Anyway, as I was saying, tomorrow we'll be doing a stream for peer-to-peer.live for Trans Lifeline as a charity stream, as a fundraising stream. And we will be raiding someone particular afterwards, after we're finished. So we're like doing a raid train thing. So somebody's going to raid me at some point in the stream, like 9 PM, I think. And then at the very end, we're going to raid someone and just keep it going. I need to sort out, like, is there a link? But anyway, if you've not already followed all my socials, there they are. Please remember to be kind to yourselves and each other. I have been Abigail Beck. You've been joining me in the Rogue Room. I'll see you when I'm looking at you. And I didn't update my outro scene. Fuck. I'll fix it later. Ta-ta, everybody.